Oh yes, and of course that's it this evening here on Top 105.3. Let me say good evening to every one of you listening this wonderful time to the radio, Top 105.3. Whatsoever you're doing and however the case is going to be like this wonderful evening, I'd like to say welcome to the program Back to D4 here on Top 105.3. The name is Alexander Duegulo, and I'm going to be here with you in the next 4 hours. We're going to be doing this together. So whatsoever you're doing and however the case is going to be like, I like to say okay, glue to your radio and don't you go away. Those of you watching us on YouTube, on Facebook, you just help us share this live so that people can be able to join us here this wonderful evening. Yeah. So while we are live on Facebook and YouTube, yeah, you can drop a comment telling us where you're joining us from this wonderful evening and help us share the podcast so that people can be able to join us here. So on the first segment, we just take this short break to be right back quickly. Yeah, yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
You didn't hear the announcement that we have a special guest for PM?
No, I'll too busy today. I only pass around the town.
Okay, but we'll give out this week coming. Should be in
Yeah, so I already said it. You just join the chat. I just join the live.
but putting me on.
No, yeah, we need for you. Just send the link. The new link I said I must click on. I will not click old link.
And the one you sent me.
I sent 855 link. Yeah, just check in the chat room.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Yes, so folks, while we are waiting our panelists to come on board, yeah. So while we are waiting our panelists to come on board, we'd like to hear from you this evening. We will be having a special guest today on the show. I beg to differ, and this is why we are here very soon today. Yeah, at this time, always the first segment, but we are here today soon because a lot of issues to be discussing about today, and we also want to have our listener, point of view. So we'll also be able to open the phone line so you can be able to call us through. So this evening, like I said, very shortly, our panelists are going to be joining us here. Yeah. So today, the Youth Congress has concluded today. Yeah, the 2 days of the Congress have been concluded today here in Zwedru. Uh, yeah, very much fantastic. The 2 days Youth Congress, it was great. Everything came to an end today. Let's say many things. So the U President Marcos S. Daru, for organizing the Congress for you. Even though these things happened before in the past, but since the youth have came from crisis, this is the first time they were able to, organize the Congress to be able to review the Constitution, which of course today they were able to come out one of the best issues that people today talk about in the Congress. Uh, you know, the 3 years of President Tony been the heated argument within the Congress today. But however, people that voted and said that a new president for Grand Gita County, not just only the model youth, but all over the various districts should go for 3 terms, which of course many of the people attending the Congress today, the participants welcome that. That president should go for 3 terms based on the reasons of after election, you have other people who are dissatisfied with have to reconciliation meeting other people trying to bring the youth together before going to you know carry on other projects. So the time you will take to unite other people who have conflict, and the time you will take to talk to other people who have disappointment in you, maybe during the election time, you guys exchange word from word to word to each other and make them angry. You have to break them on board to work with them. In so doing, it takes your time to do that. The time you will take to implement your project, then the tenure expires, so it should go to 3 years. But we'd like to hear from you here this evening. Maybe something is on your mind that you want to talk about as we await our panelists to join us here. Yeah, we would like to hear from you by calling us on the cell number 0776 105 105 881 You're going to be part of this show. I beg today for here this evening. Yeah, so as we wait you to join us here, let's see if we can pause the meeting and welcome in Fred, the veteran Smith on board here this evening. Mr. Smith, how you doing?
Good evening, Alex, and good evening
Yeah,
to
yeah, you're alive.
people of Grand. Good evening to the people of Grand GEDEH, the Eastern region, Monrovia, Liberia, anywhere
Mm-hmm.
you hear the veteran voice this evening. I learned you're having a pleasant weather. It's very hot in Liberia, and also you brought some of the heat on this side. We've been dealing with snow, but we got some nice weather today. Maybe as God we have it. Saying your place been hot today. Some of the weather traveled so many thousands of miles and came through New Jersey, and we have a wonderful weather. I just can't believe it. Liberia and us having a good weather on the same day. So you know the show today going to be a good show. We
All right.
are waiting the
Who's going to be the guest for
Secretary
tonight?
General, or the Secretary General of the Liberian Bar Association, Mr. Elisha, and he will be our special guest. Uh, I know we're running late, but he told me at 9 p.m. he will be in his office, and so because some part of where he lives, the network is not good. But on this day, anywhere in Liberia, the network should be good because the weather is good. Yeah, no
Yeah.
rain. so, so hopefully he can come, and so we can have the long awaited interview with him. So we look forward to him coming
All right.
shortly so we can begin the discussion.
Okay. All right. So while we are with the panelists, let's see if we can get some updates from maybe our listener tonight, issues affected them, and what is on their mind. So we can hear from them too. I will wait our guests to be here. All right, so folks, let's hear from you. What is on your mind? What is it that you want to talk about this wonderful evening? It's about time that you put in your calls and let's hear from you on 0776 105 105 881 143504 and let's hear from you. 0776 105 105 881 143504. You're going to be live here on Top 105.3 tonight. uh, let's hear from you. What is it that they're fighting you, or what is on your mind that you want to talk about? It's about time that you put in your calls and let's hear from you. This wonderful time. 0776 105 105 881 143504. You're going to be live here on your FM dial, top 105.3. Let's hear from you this wonderful evening on the show. I beg to differ. So very shortly, our guest is going to be here in the studio. But in the meantime, we would like to hear from you. Issues affecting you in various towns and villages, or what challenges you are going through. Yeah, we would like to hear from you. I will have 14 minutes past 9 o'clock. I know most of you are enjoying your day already. Let's see again whether Claudia Smith on the show. How are you doing this evening?
Hey, Alex, how are you?
I'm doing great. How's the day?
Fine, that's great.
Okay.
And how are you, veteran, Mr. Veteran Smith? His mic is on mute.
I can't believe it
Yep,
that the Secretary General. the secretary, the veteran in Liberia sharing the same good weather. And you brought some of your weather that is badly needed for us. So today is good day because the sun came up. I can't believe the sun came up yet.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah,
That's
and
great.
you've been enjoying the graduation. I know you've been on that break or the graduation fever.
I'm telling you, everything's back on course now.
You had somebody you knew some people who graduated from LU.
No, not really. It was just somebody that asked me to come and be the photographer for that night and that day.
Oh, well, how many graduates came out this time? It was a particular department or the whole university graduates. You got my
Five
question?
people got their masters in different various areas in
Or
the college.
discipline? Oh, so the total graduates from LU on Tuesday, on Wednesday, how many?
It, in, including the, I'm not too sure about that because I really didn't go on
Mm.
the program. I went on the after. Yeah, I like to cover
Or
after
after,
the event.
also
So
the celebration part.
yes,
Oh, okay.
yes, it was
That's
kind of
good.
like a documentary, so to speak.
Mm. Mm. So somebody doing a documentary? That's a good one. I want to know more about that. Yeah? Is somebody doing a documentary
Yes,
on
some people do that. Yeah.
mm. So what would be the focus?
The focus is their elevation because the lady
Mm.
has been struggling to get to this the whole thing about being a student and not having funds and having to drop out of college, get back in college, drop out again. And this particular
Mm.
lady has been in college almost 7 years, dropping out here and there. So she just wanted to be able to show people that she was able to successfully complete her studies
And there was a story.
despite all the.
Mm-hmm. There was a story also. I don't know how true, but I saw a beautiful female picture. She was a valedictorian of the I don't know the class or the university or whatever, and something went wrong. Can you have a update on that? So referring to the University of Liberia, what really happened?
Oh no, I really don't know. Unless maybe you can tell
I
us more about that.
I think there was a video put in our chat room. I don't know whether it has something to do different from another school, but I saw a picture, a valedictorian from I don't know whether the University of Liberia or another school, but it was put in our chat room, and she had a press conference clarifying something, what happened, and I don't know whether they talk about it yesterday or not, but I just thought you would know much about it since it happened in Monrovia.
No, I might have to
Uh,
look at that video.
yeah,
I might
I
have
think it stayed
oversighted
in.
it. Because-
I think it's in the chat room. Let me see if I can. If it's not in our chat room, I will put it there. But I know I came across it. Yeah, yeah. Today we
So I
should
know,
be having the.
I know that sometimes the videos that come in the chat room are in WhatsApp. I will have to go back and look
Oh,
into that. Or if you have the link, you could drop it here.
okay. Let me see if I can. If I can. If I can see it while we're waiting for our guest. I hope we've been trying to bring him on and improv it. It haven't been great. the network. So he told us he was going to be at his office, and and so I hope he comes on tonight. He haven't sent me any message. And, but what I know is unique. For the first time in our history, we'll be having a female chairing the
Oh wow.
and and that's a big news. She was the vice president, and the president recently got appointed by President Barker as
Oh
his
wow.
I think law reform commissioner, the head of the law reform, and he just got that job, so he couldn't do both, and so he
Yes,
resigned. According to the Constitution, the vice president, since she a female, took over as president. So that is historical, the first time, and I'm excited. I know when I will get her for an interview, but
that would be great.
that, that's a breakthrough. Under her administration, what we expect.
That would be great.
Yeah. Hmm.
Look
So
wonderful
it's
today, and I assume it's because of the weather.
yeah. So I hope we can get our special guest. Uh, he requested 9 p.m. and I hope the weather is so nice today. So I don't think the problem is the weather. I think his name is. I was just looking for. I like to pronounce people name. Counselor Elisha T.J. Forkeyo. I know the crew name Forkeyo. Forkeyoh. So Claudia, that's the correct pronunciation.
I've never even heard such a last name, Bokir.
Forkeyoh. So I know Forkeyoh. I know
For
how you go it. Forkeyo or
V.
Forkeya. Yeah, Yoh. So when he come on, he will help us. You know,
Okay.
he the National Secretary General of Liberia National Bar Association (LNBA). He was
Oh, wow.
elected alongside President Councilor Bonar Vama Vama to serve
Um,
3 years term to focus
wow.
on advancing the rule of law and strengthening the legal profession in Liberia. So Councilor Elisha T. Fokeyo, he is Liberia National Bar Association Secretary General. Let me see more about him. M. Vama served 3 year term focus on the rule of law, and let me see 3 year term. Let me see other thing about him. He has been active in the role, notably urging stronger professional regulation within other sectors such as the press union of Liberia to maintain professional dignity. Whoa! So you see, we're
Wow.
having a guest that will be on our case if we're not professional. Yeah, so we got to be right tonight because you've been on a mission, and to have a guest who been understanding the media, appreciate the media, what we should do. So I see why, very happy he will come, yeah, and give us some direction, and so that's great.
Yes, absolutely.
Hmm. So otherwise, what other stories you been working on?
No, I've really been dealing with just human interest stories. Dealing with the
Oh,
sick. There's a
mm,
lot of people that, there's something kind of common happening with a lot of people with, I don't know, they call it Goa.
yeah.
They say that,
Oh, on your foot.
yes, but there was this NGO that came out and have been doing Know Your Status campaign in terms
Mm,
of HIV and tuberculosis. And it was something
mm,
new. I learned that tuberculosis
mm,
is a disease that does affect those parts of the body, put sores and stuff on your
mm,
legs,
mm,
unexplained lesions, unexplained tumors, and stuff like that. So we have been trying to see how best we could convince and sanitize people in doing a tuberculosis check, especially for those that have
mm-hmm,
these reoccurring lesions that are not able to be treated with just ordinary antibiotics, moxicillin, cloxacillin. So that's what we've been on
mm-hmm,
for the past couple of days.
mm,
And luckily, we're able to get two people to do their tuberculosis check, including a 13-year-old boy. And both of those
mm-hmm,
people came back positive.
mm.
Yes.
Yeah,
So how do we alert the public that this is something that they should take it into consideration to be tested? They say no, this is African sign, it's witch, someone took medicine on me. It's hard to convince people. So people are actually
yeah.
literally dying from these sores.
And that's good you brought about it because we know people who go through it. Some is medical, that you deal with. Yeah, they have medicine that you can live with it. The only thing you just can't eat certain food and drink
Yes.
liquor, and so maybe be one maybe or something like that, but not too much liquor, and
Mhm.
don't eat certain
Yes.
type of food. As long you take your pills, you will be fine. Because I know people who dealing with it, and if it get on you too strong, mean that you're doing something that you're not supposed to do. Either don't eat certain meat, all the type of meat that we eat, and you
Oh
don't eat
wow.
certain seafood. You don't eat it. So probably when I get in, I might do a show on it and maybe get some of the things that you're not supposed to do and the pills you can take. And if you do that, then you can be a normal human being. And you might go in the
Yes.
gym too to exercise in the gym. So if you can do all of these things, you can live a normal life.
Yes. And
Hmm.
there was also the incident with worms as well.
Hmm.
We met a lady in Fonty Town who has like, oh my God, the size of her leg is like three human
Mm,
beings put together. It's that big. Only to find
mm,
out, of course, she was from Goa. She said it was African sign. But when we
hmm,
took her to the hospital, I was shocked to learn that she had worms. The lava from the worms
mm,
water was sitting in her leg and had created this castle of worms and maggot water in her leg. So they ended up amputating the leg. And the only treatment they gave her was 2-year worm treatment. And she was told to take worm tablet consistently for 6 months, stop, wait a bit, 2 weeks, take it every day, one tablet a day. And that was the treatment. And in treating her, we also were able to discover about this hydro seed, these, where water gets into the testicles of a man. And three of the cases we had was also worms. The lava of the worm water, you know, was causing this hydro C on these guys. So of course they had operation. They drained the lava from them and put them too as well on worms treatment. So I was surprised to learn that Goa is not only tuberculosis, it can also be worms as well and liver sclerosis. So I've been learning a lot about the health and stuff like that.
Yeah. I was listening to the president of the one who just resigned to do the law reform commission. He was looking at
Oh,
conflict of
okay.
interest, being president of the bar and serving. So he finally resigned. So that's what he talking about. I sent it in the chat room. If we wanted to, at least wanted to play it while we're waiting for our guests, because
Yeah, that'll be good.
um, yeah, that would be good. And then he was also planning on giving the position of the bar on what's going on with Prophet Key, how the bar
Yeah.
look at it. But the Secretary General said he can talk about it if he come on tonight. So as we
Okay.
wait, yeah, yeah. So
I
yeah,
saw the
that
video that
that
that was posted in the group chat pertaining to Prophet
mm-hmm,
Keys still being in prison
yeah,
and
mm-hmm,
Litty as well, and another inmate. People had alleged
mm-hmm,
that these people were released, but we did get to learn that they are still detained.
yeah, yeah. And Claudia, what's important about that? People are making issue, and you there, you know better. I don't know. When you are in prison, do you wear your same clothes and look good, or you put on jumpsuit? Like yeah, I think what do you call it? Not yellow, but pink jumpsuit that you wear, or it's up to you what you want to wear. How is it done in Liberia?
Well, luckily, I was able to go in South Beach with. They didn't
Mm-hmm.
allow me to take my phone. It was they call it visual visitation, where I only use my
Mm-hmm.
eyes to see and
Yeah.
articulate. And the prison is developed in a way where there's insufficient fund inmates and sufficient fund
Mm.
inmates, if you know what I mean.
Mm. Well,
They
okay,
have
break
two
it down to
kitchens.
break it down to our listener.
insufficient insufficient prisoners are the ones that are doing their time. They don't have financial support. They don't have no clout, popularity, or anything that will keep them, living a bit luxury, in the prison. Um, they're in a building with so of them. Some of them can be six in a room. It depends. And then the sufficient fund inmates are the ones that have a private kitchen, which is situated right side the sick bay. They have another building. They call it the sick bay, where the sick are like tuberculosis, HIV, um, any kind of Baba sickness. They put them there. Then
Mm-hmm.
the kitchen is
Mm-hmm.
right there. I was lucky to see people like the man who was accused of killing the journalist back in the past, John Williams. I was
Mm-hmm.
able to see the alleged criminals who had the shootout with the LMP a few years ago in Douala. And even had a
Mm-hmm.
bullet wound, he was suffering from. It's not healing. I don't know why. So there were people in there with their jumpsuits, but John William didn't have on a jumpsuit. He had on like some jeans and a t-shirt. So yes,
Mm-hmm.
there are people in there that can wear plain their normal clothes without having to
Mm-hmm.
have jumpsuit on, because that's
Mm-hmm.
in the prison
Mm.
and Saw Beach is
So.
divided with two big gates. You can't just
Mm-hmm.
easily get in, get out. The first gate you enter, you go into a parking lot, big space of parking lot. It's not that big, it's
Mm-hmm.
like a house spot space. And then you go to the other gate where the officers, the correctional officers, check you, give you your pass, whatever, before going in. And then you have the female prison that in there was rumors on Facebook that the Oma that killed her three grandchildren was living in bad conditions and stuff like that. Well, if she's in Saw Beach, I beg to differ. It's not true, because the women and they also have a youth, you know, department where they keep little kids that have really bad crimes like rape and murder. So they have those two buildings, and then of course the main building in front of you where they host hundreds and hundreds of prisoners. And then, of course, everyone is divided depending on their crime. They have a building for murderers. They have a building, a tier for rapists. And they said they do that to keep people from being harmed. And I was assured I interview inmates, such thing as being raped, being sodomized in the prison. Everyone is happy in there. If you have clout, which of course Pastor Key has, you can walk in walk within outside freely. No correctional
Okay.
officer going to like go inside or go. Mhm. So that video showing him right to where I can remember the kitchen and the other office where they do their pharmaceutical, inmates that are being treated by their parents, the hospital, because there's a procedure in that. They have that building, little room right side the kitchen. Looking at the
Mm.
video, I can know that Pastor Key is right in that kitchen, that special kitchen where they have a baking, is made of mud, like, it's designed to bake cake and banana bread and fried plantain, baked chicken. And that's where they probably were standing in
Mhm.
that video. So
So
that video is definitely accurate. There are some
it's no violation the way he dressed and the way he depicted himself, and also how the video leaked out. Is that you see anything wrong of that to show how he living good life in prison and how the
no,
video got out of it?
no, I don't think, because everybody in Africa, in Liberia, knows that people in Saw Beach are sending messages, these fake mobile money messages, sending fake messages about send money, receive money, so we know that they have phones in there. We don't know
Okay.
who has, sometimes who knows. I don't want to guess and say correctional officers are the ones giving them the phones to use.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure that video probably came from a correctional officer, not an inmate. Someone
But
who's
how about
struck.
Prophet Key himself want to show how he living? Couldn't he also send it through someone on the outside to see how he been
Nah,
treated? Send,
it would be too risky. His case is too high publicity. It would cause
oh.
lot of people to get in trouble. You can tell from the way the video was shot that the person was
Mm-hmm.
hiding on them and acting like they were
Oh,
going
okay.
in the.
Mm-hmm.
That I edited everything that was being said in it, so it could have been a correctional
Mm-hmm.
officer. Oh my God, I know Prophet Key. Let me take a picture. Let everybody know he's in here, and they did it
Okay.
that way. But in terms
But
of
but
walking
but
freely, I don't see it as a crime. I was there and I saw everyone free to
uh,
that whatever makes it peaceful in there. There's regulations, there's a way, there's a system that's in prison.
mm-hmm.
Prison is another world by itself.
Okay.
So where I think the correctional officers allows them to have that level of freedom to walk about the compound. Like I said, they don't have
Mm-hmm.
much space to walk. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't think that it was against the law that he was in that kitchen with the other guys then
Let me
lecturing.
ask you let me ask you something. Like here, they have a special if you want to eat the regular food from the prison, you get a maybe a store or something there that you can go and eat your own food.
Yeah,
You can live, yeah, yeah. You can live a normal life. Only thing that you're not outside. You can have TV. You have a law library. You can have other things in prison. How since you went inside, take a in depth into the lives of the prisoner. How they live, their food, whether they watch television, they hear news, some of the news that go on television, are they privileged to all of these things?
now, I can't speak in terms of the men's side. I have visited the women's side for like 2 hours. A couple of years ago, I had this situation,
Situation,
and the
and
court
the
system, and
court
like,
system, and like,
if you don't see to your case before 2 o'clock p.m., they can like literally send you straight to the court. You have to do all your legal stuff to the prison. You would have to do all your legal stuff while there to get out on bail or whatever. So I was able to do a visual for 2 hours in the women's department. I didn't see a television. Of course, it's clean. They have routine every day. Specific people clean up by day, but everyone in the bigger building for the men, you just when you enter in Selby, you'll see them. Everybody hanging out the window, hands out the window, calling you, hey, that journalist down there, But I didn't see any sign of a television. I didn't see any sign of radio playing. Um, I didn't see any sign of like like I said, there is a commissary. Commissary is the store. The previous person I remember that had the commissary was a German national, but who was accused of he was alleged of having raped so many little children. They used to sell across, passing. He would call them up, 9 years old, 10 years, come, I want to buy fish, and he would allegedly rape the children. He recently died a couple of years ago. So when I saw the video of Prophet Key in that commissary water, small provisions, I said, okay, he's in the commissary room. So if you have money, mobile money or whatever, like I said, the correctional officers have a system there. Some of those privileges can pass through the correctional officer. You can pretty much live okay. I saw John William, who was sentenced to life, smiling. I'm like, okay, all right. Maybe he was frying his 3 plantain that day. And I was like, all right, maybe this is where he wants to be. He looks happy. But the government is doing a good job in there. But when we went there to do the visual, it was overly populated. We had a lot of challenges. And luckily at that time, George Ware was president, and I wrote an article after I did my visual, and I was surprised a couple of days later. He went there, gave a few people amnesty, carry rice because they were complaining about not having food and different things. I was like, all right, that's good. They're taking care of the prison because there's people in there innocent until proven guilty. So everyone is treated fairly, opposed to it being Africa.
Mm. Who is contracted to provide food for the prison?
Well, when we went and interviewed and talked to the correctional officer, he told us that was the government. And according
Okay.
to him, 15 bags of rice a week is what they consumed. He didn't say half bag, 25 kg. He just said bag. So I'm assuming it's the big
Mm.
bag. And we ended up carrying, I think, about 30 bags of rice because the NGO we went with decided to bring food, provisions, soap, toothpaste, things like that. So it's the government that provides that food. And at that time, there's a lot of the importation of rice at that time, the taxes. There was so much stuff happening that made it scarce for the government to be able to provide rice at that time. But since that time, I haven't heard any challenges. I have about 2 people in Saw Beach that contact me on Facebook, periodically, that I always ask questions like, okay, is there any underage child there that might be being raped? No emotion. They don't rape people here. That thing I ever sent in it,
Mm.
So
But something happened when I think the first week, Prophet Keith entered this. Is he in this central prison? At that time, I can remember there was either elementary school right by the prison opposite. I don't know if you have been when you went there, you saw with that area. I used to go to school there when I was small, and there was a school opposite the prison. And I can remember when Obi, I don't know whether you heard about Obi, the Nigerian person that killed the principal bishop and the secretary and others. And the war during Turbo time, the war appealed to save that man, your handsome man. He came from Nigeria, as I learned. He was, they told him they were going to find job for him, and then something went wrong. And he went on a hunt, killed the bishop, the Episcopal bishop, I think what is Bishop Brown or whatever, but he killed a principal bishop and his secretary and I think another person. And Torba set an example. President Torba set an example and hung that Nigerian. I think he was a brilliant young man. I think a physicist or I mean someone very smart, and they appealed to save his life. And Torba set an example on him. And during that time, if you're a prisoner, you would be selected to hang that person. And the veteran was very young at that time, right opposite our school. They allowed us to witness the hanging of people. That was my first time
Wow.
seeing someone hanging. Yeah, hanging. It was Obi, hanging Obi. And that was very historical. It just put, I don't know, these days, I don't think they stay hanging people. I think things have changed.
I
Prisoner
want to
just
try.
stay in jail. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So that stay on my mind. Being a young man to go there, and they selected one of the prisoner to do it, and we
Wow.
saw it live. It still ring a bell to me. I saw it very live at that moment. But when Prophet Key went there, he said he did something very unique, humanitarian, brought food and other things for the prisoner. How you look at that gesture? It's not something that prisoner go there and they try to seek the welfare of other prisoner, bringing back or rice and other things. Oh, I think we have our guest. I think so.
Okay. That's great. Well,
Is
actually,
it?
they do that. Other prisoners do that. But we don't hear about it because we don't have any medium to get the information, like how Prophet Key had that
No.
medium for it to be
Mm-hmm.
seen. It's
Mm-hmm.
something very common. There's a lot of prisoners in there that have money. They come from rich families.
Okay.
Hmm.
Mm. Let me see. Is this Counselor Elisha?
This is Jensen.
Okay, okay.
Uh,
You're a lawyer?
yes, I am Anthony Jensen.
Oh, you were here yesterday.
Right.
Okay, okay. I missed you yesterday.
Yes.
Oh,
I, yeah, I had something to do. I said you did a great job.
I think the people
Uh,
around me did great. I think especially here, they were the one.
yeah, saying you I know you part of the Bar Association, or they represent you, or you're key figure in the Liberian National Bar Association, if I'm right, as a
Yes, I
lawyer.
am, but I'm not in the country.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, I didn't know. Okay. I thought you were in Monrovia. Okay,
No, no.
but you just heard, I know before I know our guest will come, but he wanted to come at 9 p.m. But our show usually start at 10. So if you come at 10, it will still be our regular time. But he said because where he live, the network is very bad. So today he will come to be at his office, and 9 o'clock he was going to grant the interview, but we're going almost to 10. So I've been calling him. So I hope something didn't change. But something happened. Maybe the vice president of the Bar Association became the president because the president, Mr. Vokeyo, I don't know that I'm pronouncing his name correct.
Oh, Vama?
Uh, yeah, I'm talking the Secretary General. The
Okay.
Secretary General is Vokeyo, Elisha Vokeyo. And he was sort of be our guest, and we're hoping that he still come to be our guest. But the president that you call his name Vama,
Mm-hmm.
uh, he got elevated by the president of Liberia as the new law reform commissioner head. So I think the interview here, if Ellis played that interview, one of the questions the reporter asked him whether he looked at it as conflict of interest, holding the job of the law reform commissioner, as well as president of the bar. But I don't think his answer, he said he didn't see as conflict of interest based on the constitution of the bar. So what do you think?
The first thing I wanted to understand from you was saying something happened and they elevated somebody.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I told you, okay. President Burkhardt
Mm.
uh, wanted somebody to head the Law Reform Commission. I think it's a unique position where they reform all the laws. So there is a commission. Uh, the Law Reform Commission is a body that deal with all the laws that need to be reformed. It looked like they did not have a head for that commission, so he was appointed recently. So in his capacity as head of the National Bar Association of Liberia, in this new position, someone asked in one of the reporters, see it as conflict of interest.
Okay, I thought it was something new. I think that's an old story already. I
Okay,
remember Obama came here. I
okay.
run this 2A radio, so he even appeared on my program. We discussed that
Oh, okay.
lengthily. That is not new, but relative to, and he occupies the two positions currently.
No, he had resigned.
He resigned.
Yeah, that's what make it historical. His vice
So,
president
so,
took
so when did he
over as
resign?
president.
When did he resign?
Uh, 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days
Oh,
ago.
okay, I didn't follow on that. Thank you for that
Yeah,
information.
yeah, 2 or 3 days ago. And his vice president is a female. So it's very historical to have a female as head of the bar, having it in our history.
Okay.
They're safe for you. That's
So do you know her?
What's the name again?
I haven't Googled her name, but she is the vice president, current vice president
Yeah, I think
for the
so.
National Bar Association that got elevated to president. And he promised to talk about her tonight, but it seemed like Tom is going, not our friend. And I've been calling him. He said you're going to be in your office because where he lived, the network is bad in Broadville.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I will get her name shortly. We can just
I get
Google
it.
it. You got it?
No, almost there. But you can
Okay.
call it if you have it.
I don't have it yet. But it's historical to have a female heading, and I know what she would be dealing with. It would be very interesting. So we welcome our moderator, Archie Wright. Well, how was your day?
How you guys doing? My day is going beautifully well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Anthony Jansen, good to see you back here again.
Yeah, my
And
brother.
thanks for showing up. We hope you have the chance to join us each and every day. Good to see you, Miss Claudia.
Oh, she
Um,
Thank
she
you.
she did a great job in explaining our pricing system. You missed that section.
I can always get it another time. Yeah. But yeah, my day is good. Um, so what Elisha? He's not here?
No, I've been calling him, no answer. And
Okay. I think we can move on. Hopefully you'll join us. But we something came out. Something came out. Antonine James,
Yeah.
that perhaps you can give us your legal your legal knowledge on. So one of the panelists pulled up. Um, Alex, can you go in the
can you
chat
go in
room
the chat room
and look in the
You-
back to
We are
different
live,
chat
right?
room
We are live, right?
and yes, we are. Yes, we.
Okay.
Why you ask? Anthony James, why you ask?
No, I just thought sometimes we have. I don't think we should. I just wanted to know because I saw the icon and I just thought whether we were having background discussion before the live. So when I saw it live, because when
Oh,
you're
oh,
talking
no,
about,
no.
yeah, okay, but it's fine.
Yeah, but let me say that for some reason I couldn't find you on Facebook. So Alex, be looking into that. I tried looking you up before getting on, but I couldn't find the streaming live online. I don't know why is that. Alex, you want to look into that and see what's going on? The radio, on the website, on YouTube, and on Facebook. We should be live on these platforms. Um, and we're trying to get the chat. I'm trying to get the the link so that we can so I can distribute so we can all share it in our chat room. Okay, Sickle, we're live, but why I'm not seeing it? Please share the link then. Sickle said we're live, so I should be listening from either the Facebook or the website. Can you share the link, Sickle? Because I went there, I didn't see it. All right, so like I was saying, Elijah, one of the panelists, Mr. Wright, did a discovery today, and he posted that in the chat room. Let me see if I can repost it. So there you go, right here. Um, if you go in the chat room, Anthony Lasha, you see it right there. It's from the 1986 Constitution, and a kind of in sync of what we were talking about last night. The Cloud We Are Foundation and Visa, versus the government, and why Cloud We Are was saying that if they didn't want to adhere to the subpoena, well, not the subpoena, but the search or the inquiry from the government to show how they established, the entity. And he posted something very interesting there for 1986 Constitution. Of course, we're still using that Constitution up to now. This is what makes it relevant. And I was hoping that you could go over it. We could go over it, and maybe you share your thought, the legal
Which
thought on it.
provision? Which provision of the Constitution he quoted?
Okay, so here it says, under the 1986 Constitution of Liberia, no person can be compelled to provide evidence against themselves in a criminal case. This right is fundamental protection against self-incrimination, closely related to the right to a fair trial and the presumption of innocence. And then it went on to say key aspects of this protection include protection against self-incrimination, Article 21H. We talked about that last night. Article 21H explicitly states that in all criminal cases, an accused person shall not be compelled to furnish evidence against himself. It went on to also say the right to remain silent. The law dictates that a person cannot be forced to make statement or confessions of guilt, and they must be informed of this right during interrogation. And then admissibility of evidence. That was all that he posted in there. But what is interesting is the protection against self-incrimination. In your legal mind, I know the court has said that no one is above the law. All right, no entity, especially when the government is engaged in legitimate investigation. But is there a room here for the Cloud Foundation to be able to quote the 21H article of the Constitution and say this we see or we deem it as self-incrimination if we were to be forced to participate in this?
Well, I think the poster is getting a lot of things mixed up. The
Okay.
Constitution, I think specifically Article um, 11C, all persons are equal before the law and are therefore entitled to equal protection of the law. When you talk about the Clavius case, as far as we are concerned, and from what we all discussed last night, the subpoena was filed against them. They appear, and then they took an exception to the ruling of Criminal Code A judge. So every other discussion that's being held on social media is outside of the legal proceeding. So where we are right now, the Clavius Foundation has answered, and they are before the law. So if they feel otherwise, they have lawyers, and those lawyers should be able to defend them. But for someone to conclude that um, they have right, they cannot be questioned because look, this is what I should say. All Liberians, all legal entity, even if you file an article of incorporation for, let's assume that the Clavier Foundation did file an article of incorporation, it bounds them to sue and also be sued. That's the legal practice, that's the precedent of our country. And not only in Liberia, when someone decides that something is wrong, legally, whether civil or criminal, the best place to go and carry evidence is in the courtroom. It's in the courtroom. You can't stay outside and say,
Okay.
well, I'm immune, or I'm not supposed to, or my right is violated. If your rights are violated, that's why the court is there. And they're all before the court. So if they feel for any reason that there is an action on the part of government or the lawyer of the government, they have, while that case is pending, the corruption case is ongoing, they also have a right to also file another lawsuit. Or they can amend
Yeah.
whatever the action is for the proceeding to continue. But I think for us to be outside and be saying, look, these people's rights are being violated, I think we are making some fundamental error, because they are in. I think that was the best decision they ever made, to appear, and if they have best evidence to prove that this institution is indeed a private institution, they provided evidence. I don't think the court will be biased. So the government has a responsibility to provide evidence. They themselves, they are under obligation to prove that indeed their entity is a legal entity and a private entity. Under those circumstances, you and myself will be able to best discuss this issue by maybe when these decisions are down. But as far as we are concerned, the case is at a standstill because the Claudius Foundation has taken an exception to the ruling on the subpoena. So where we are right now is like, hey, let all of us wait and the Supreme Court comes down with a decision on the subpoena. I'm very sure maybe they might continue with the case where they'll be allowed to, go for trial. And then the government can prove her case because he who alleges has the evidence to prove. And then if they do that, the government or the Claudius Foundation can also come and prove the contrary if they think that they do have the best evidence. So I don't think we all should buy into somebody's talking about somebody's right is violated. And this is not a situation where we bring politics into this matter, in my view. You are muted.
Okay.
No, I forgot.
You are muted.
I think he's thinking what to say.
No. I'll talk. Alex, you said if video is ready. What video is that?
But I
this
think
video?
that's the
Okay,
one
this is about
the one
Liberian
the
National
one I
Park.
sent. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That's about
Roll it,
conflict
Alex.
of
Let's get it.
interest.
I mean, Ellis, you can play the video.
Volume.
Our lawyers are great in this profession. Normally, given the fact that we have a serious system,
That's why we're not
regulation,
getting the sound from the video.
I have been appointed by His Excellency President Joseph Newman Walker as the new chairman and chief executive officer of the Law Reform Commission of the Republic of Nigeria. Why? As the president, national president of the Liberian National Association. On the knowing thing I want to preoccupy myself with that right now. The convention of the bar, like I indicated in my introductory remark, is the highest organ of the Liberian National Bar Association. This morning I was on ERBC and I indicated to the public that we welcome the consultations that have been held about the subject matter. And because of our preoccupation on the preparatory works for the convention, I don't want to be premature to make any emphatic statement whether or not there's conflict of interest, there are contradictions. You all are journalists, you follow events in the bar. We can only encourage you to maybe take a look at the constitution of the bar. Like I said, because I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the subject matter, let me say to you, whatever the outcome of the convention will be, insofar as it relates to the issue you raised, will keep the bar afloat, cohesive, and more vibrant. That's what I can say on the subject matter. And so we want to use this time. Like I said, we commend the membership of the bar, all members of the bar, including the Chief Justice, Associate Justices, former retired, and Associate Justices. The convention of the LNBA because it is mandated by the Constitution of the bar. Whatever the outcome will be, I can say, but I can tell you that convention promises to be one of the best conventions that we're talking about here. We don't anticipate any negativity because we respect and trust the wisdom of the judge, or in fact, all members of the bar. So the Chief Justice will be in attendance. Members of the bar will be in attendance. International development organizations will be in attendance. Which even you all will also witness that convention. So it promises to be great. I don't want to dwell on conversation on the pavement, but I can tell you, we've kept this bar stable over the years. You know, this is not strange to me. I've been National Secretary General for 3 years. Now I'm National President, so I'm on an obligation to keep this bar more cohesive, more vibrant, more peaceful. Please don't hold people responsible. So we encourage healthy conversation as we go to Ghana. So I can assure you the deliberate in the interest of this country, in the interest of the Liberian National Bar Association, and whatever the outcome will be, whether Councillor Obama will no longer be part of the bar, I'm sure the convention will be able to defeat that. Whether I will resign or I remain national president, all of that will be led to the convention, which is the highest decision-making organ of the bar.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. President,
we disagree to agree.
Is there any particular part of the view that we want to capture? Any particular part of the view that we want to capture?
As national president, and having taken that very strong position against the Supreme Court, which was within the confines of the LMDA, within the confines of
let's listen to it because he might come up with something that
unity in the house. We'll continue to work towards them. This bar will be kept afloat, will be kept unified. This bar will keep on engaging, whether I'm here, if I'm here, whether I'm on leave, or remain as national president, the bar will continue to be independent and professional membership organization that will continue to play its role in the body politic of our country.
Let me just clarify before we take the next.
Why should they want to do that? Because I mean, I think that's no reason why you think people stay away from the convention. Supreme Court, the Chief Justice is in the country. He is going to be at the convention. Yesterday, I saw the former Chief Justice, who came here to pay convention fees. So the exuberance is so high, the momentum is so high. Why would people want to stay away from the bar? Doesn't belong to me. I don't own the bar. I only am the president of the bar. And maybe one of the most popular presidents ever in the history of the bar. So there's no contradiction. And so we have endeavored over the years to make this bar to be formidable, unified, independent, professional, and we'll endeavor to do that even going forward.
Thank you very much. My name is Punya Philip. I'm the physician. I work for the name of the speaker.
All right, now hold the video, there, guys. You can play all the video. We got guys on all the topic. You can play all the video. Hold the video, Alex.
Yeah. $200. Yeah.
Hold the topic. Thank you. I think the message there is clear.
Thank you.
I think the message there. Let's meet you, please. Okay, thank you. He has taken over, and the bar is going to have the Congress, and that Congress will be the most talked about Congress ever in the history of the bar. He has been there for as a Secretary General, and now he is the president of the bar. Whatever other people has to say, he's not concerned about it. I think we can capture that and talk about that. Whatever he said, I'm going to be the same question coming on him, whatever.
It's a press conference, so you can't predict what kind of question the journalist will ask. That's why I said let's continue it. Something with press will ask, it will be of interest for us to discuss. But since we have cut it off, we won't know what other press people will ask questions. That was only the first part of the question, but there were other journalists who asked different questions about subject of Prophet Keith and other things that we missed because we didn't listen to the whole press conference.
But this is a conversation. We can play the entire video while we're watching it.
Right.
We can want to take episode of the video that we find interesting. We can cut it and play it, and then we speak to it. But to play the entire video while we go through the questioning, it's just not a right format. But anybody want to speak to it? Let's do that, or else we'll find let's go to another topic.
Well, I feel that the press conference, they call it conflict of interest press conference. I feel that a sound and principled lawyer, when appointed to a government position, will step aside from the Bar Association. So no, I feel that he didn't address the conflict of interest.
Well, I think the first and foremost, the Liberal National Bar is a legal entity. It was established on February 4th, 1907. So that institution has been around for a very long time, and it has members. The members of the Liberal National Bar Association are lawyers. They should know the law or the laws of the Republic of Liberia, particularly so. As the Liberal National Bar was created, there is an act, and I'm sure those lawyers in Liberia, they have obligations to determine whether or not their president can occupy two positions at the same time. If they believe so, they can call for an extraordinary conference to allow them, a convention, so to speak, to allow them to make a decision as to whether or not they will allow the president to occupy the position as president of the Liberal National Bar, and at the same time as commissioner for the Law Reform Commission. What is more important for us and for Liberians is that the bar was the LMBA was established for the sole purpose of making sure that Liberians have equal opportunity to justice in the country. And that should be our focus, to make sure whoever that is president or acting president, if Bamas resigns, they should be there to ensure that Liberians get justice at all levels. And the justice not to be of person or institutions, justice in the interest of everyone. For me, Vama's position, is indeed his right. And I think that's the essence of democracy. To say, well, I will not step down, I can occupy the two positions because there's no law saying so. Now, those other lawyers who are in the country, they should be also say, look, we cannot allow this to happen. You can't occupy, you will not function properly. So if they think their president cannot perform the duties as assigned to him by their election, by their vote, they have the right to call for an extraordinary convention, and they can take a decision on him. Or if the national legislature thinks otherwise, that because the LMBA was created as a result of lawmakers making decisions, they can also make a decision as to, look, this is conflict of interest, and these are the laws. So we will not allow that to happen. They can call on the president to take a decision on him or ask him to resign. Now, where are we going with this issue and leaving Liberia's problem? There's so much issues to be discussed. There's so much issues for the government to tackle. It's up to Broca. Broca knew that he was president of the Liberian National Bar Association, and President Broca went ahead and appointed him without asking. President Broca went and said, "Look, you must either decide to stay as president of the Liberian National Bar Association, or you take the position I have to offer you." But if Broca sat there and you saw that the president of the Liberian National Bar Association is still occupying the position, and you appointed him, and Vama is still believing that he can occupy the two positions, let's ask the question, is Broca accepting the reality that Vama can adequately perform the two functions at the same time? If the answer is no, then we blame Joseph Broca for that. If the answer is yeah, then Broca believes. We can also blame him. He believes that this individual, Vama, Councillor Vama, can also occupy these two positions. So for us now, we should right to appoint Councillor Vama, the president of the Liberian National Bar Association, to serve as president of the bar and also serve as Law Reform Commission. So we are only discussing the matter, but we should be asking the relevant authority. Even the national legislature has a stake in this matter. What do they think? If the bar was created as a result of their predecessors, this is the issue that has come about. I think there is. I don't want to speak more on this conflict of interest.
Thank you, Anthony. No, complete. Go ahead, conclude.
Okay. I mean, let me listen to other people. I mean, I think this is a panel of discussion.
Yeah, that's why I want to bring other panelists in so that we can expand the discussion. Mr. Smith?
Yes, I think when they did that press conference, after that he announced and he resigned. So the issue we're discussing is not as of major interest. That's why I wanted to go deep in the press conference, because maybe at that time he had not resigned, but now he has resigned. And I don't know whether he had a chance to go to the convention for the lawyers then to debate, but officially he has resigned, and the female have taken over his position. So that part of it maybe it's just of interest for us to hear it, but he has resigned. So he have occupied his new position, the Law Reform Commission. Maybe we talk about it, what's important of this new portfolio, Law Reform Commission, what is the role of that body? Maybe it would be present for our discussion now, but because he has resigned.
Well, if he has already resigned, I think we should have. I mean, you should have given the information from the get go, and we move on to some topics that we have to discuss today. The man had a press conference. According to you, he resigned. So it's just a matter of information, current
Yeah,
event.
because we were acting on the video that was just played.
Right,
So the video did not say that he has resigned. So if you play that, this forum is like giving out to the information, assuming that they didn't listen to the news today. So only act on what is being played on the platform.
right.
But again, I think I respect the
And
view.
that was that was my point right there. No, go ahead. There's a delay while I'm talking. I think you're coming in.
Okay, so my
Go ahead.
my brother Fred, the veterans
Veteran
Fred,
Smith.
the veteran Smith. Okay, Fred, the veteran Smith. I think he's giving out about the information.
He loved to hear that. He loved to hear that veteran.
Okay, so I just searched the information, and I'm also believing that what you say is true. That Obama has resigned, and his vice president, Jua Lawson, not the vice president, the secretary, right? Vice President Councilor F. Jua Lawson has taken over the leadership of the Lebanon National Bar Association. So then I don't think we should be wasting our time on this one because it's like action has already been taken.
Okay.
I think the only thing I mentioned,
thank you, Philip.
just to answer, was that saying it was a press conference. There were other things legally he might have, because when journalists asking questions, they ask different questions. But I think that was the first part of the conference, because he at that time had two positions. But the journalists were going into other issues that would have been relevant to us, but we didn't complete the press conference to listen to it. That's the only part we know.
So I think what we're going to do going forward is to be able to cue the video in a way where if we find something important in a press conference or in a video, just send it to me, because I'm getting the capability to do it now. And so from 1 to 2 in between there, with 1 minute 2 or 2 minute 3, like that, so we can be able to call if you don't go straight there. Because if we play the entirety of the press conference, it takes away from the show. That's my point. So, Veteran Smith, let's do it next time. If you got a video you want to horn in a particular question or a particular comment, just send us. Okay, let's start playing for 2 minutes or 45 seconds, where we'll go straight there and play it, and everybody will listen to it and get a comment from there.
No, that's true. What you said is true, but also you could listen to the whole thing if it's relevant what he's saying. So it all depends.
Okay. I hear you. The time now is 10:23 in Liberia. The reason why we came on early is for us to be able to get our listener into the program. So, Alex, before you roll that tape, can you go to the line and get a few calls from our listener? We've been on for the last hour and almost hour and a half. So whoever is out there listening to us, let's see whether they can participate in the program as well. Alex?
Okay, so that's it this evening, folks. If you just joining us, I'd like to welcome you to the program. I beg today for here on Top 105.
We're going to meet everybody. We're going to meet everybody.
Go to the phone line and let's hear from you here this evening. 0776 105 105 881 143504. 0776 105 105 881 143504. Let's hear from you quickly here this evening. Put a call through on 0776 105 105 881 143504. 0776 105 105. Let's hear from you quickly. All right, so we hold it there and pick up this person. Beleka 2, welcome to the show.
Yes, Mr. Good evening, and good evening to our professors. Welcome into the evening class. Let me very big thank you to all of our professors for
Mm-hmm.
listening to our request. Coming out sooner. All right, thank you. What I want to share is that indeed, Mr. Wright actually said it all. The clip that you just played, at least if you can just grab something from out of it, elaborate on it, then we play the listening role. Then from within that, we will also be able to grab something, learn something from there. If need be, we ask questions, we do recommendation of it. But as it stands, I mean, some of us are yet to really understand what how they're talking about conflict of interest. So we really want them to play the clip in a way that they will take some topic out of it,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and discuss on it. I will play a listening role very keenly, and we'll be having the time to participate. Again, let me say thank you for starting earlier. It's a gradual process that our guys will follow. And right now it's raining here as well. Thank you for having us, sir.
Thank you so much, this evening. 0776105105 881143504 0776105105 881143504. You're going to be live on the program. I beg to differ this evening. Let's hear from you. 0776105105 881143504. You're going to be part of it here this evening. Yeah, we take our 10 songs as we're with you.
Your voice matter, so that it got to increase the internet. I beg to differ, my people, if it's not correct, we got to come so. From 9 o'clock till 12 midnight, we sitting here, we ready to fight. No palaver, no fear inside. Look must stop, we not go hide. But Mr. Jungle,
Yeah, 0776105105 881143504 0776105105 881143504. We pick out 2 or 3 calls and then we go back to our panelists here. If not, we will go over to then continue the show here this evening. But the line is open. You can put in your calls and let's hear from you. 0776105105 881143504 0776105105 881143504. We will be live here this evening.
I beg to differ, Liberia. My people, Top FM 105.3, we on the air.
Yeah, folks, let's hear from you, man. 0776105105 is that time that you put in your calls, and let's hear from you because if we give it back to the panelists, we are not going to take calls until we get green lights from them. So it's about time that you put in your calls, and let's hear from you. 0776.
Okay, Alex, let's take it back.
881143504. You're going to be like, yeah, Mr. Rai, you're saying something.
Yeah, hand it back, please. Yeah, hand it back, please.
All right. You guys can
Thank
go
you.
over.
Thank you. All right. So before we go past this topic, okay. All right. Is there anything anybody want to share on this topic before we move on? We'll move on to the next topic. Okay, so I think we'll have a unanimous consent to move on. Alex, please roll the tip that I sent you. So let me give an overview of the tip I sent to Alex. Why he? Okay, Alex playing the tip. Alex, hold the tip a little bit. Hold it, please. Let me give an overview before you enroll the tip. So the tip is the video clip is of the new equipment that had just came in town. In that video, you're going to see Yega Koloba telling us that 5 of the equipments cannot be moved. They were not able to move out of the free port. In other words, they are junk equipments. This is why they can't be moved. The reason I thought we talk about this is because everything we see going on now in the country, both politically and socially, is all about the machines. In our legislature, we see our legislators wearing yellow to celebrate the machines. We see a visit to the executive mansion of some legislators congratulating the president, saying that that day was considered a yellow day because we got new machineries in the country. And so when I saw this video, I thought to bring it forward, to make it part of the show so that we can dissect this, because there's more into this than to meet the eyes. Now, I am no mechanic. I don't claim to be one, but we're going to play the video, and then afterwards, we all can chime in about it. Okay? LXP, roll the tip.
My own car, hey, me get a few.
Yeah, they ain't on the car.
Grab it.
Yeah, they ain't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't.
Yeah, okay.
They ain't on the car. You gotta move on that.
Then they down try again. See, let's try it.
Yeah, see?
Somebody on the car, hey, me get a few.
Yeah, they ain't on the car.
Grab it.
Yeah, they ain't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't.
Yeah, okay.
They ain't on the car.
All right, Alex. I think that's it. It's a very short video.
They down try again. See, let's try.
Yeah, see?
Somebody on the car, hey.
Alex.
Yeah, they ain't on the car.
Grab it.
Yeah, they ain't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't.
Yeah, okay.
They ain't on the car.
Alex, thank you. Thank you. Alex, thank you. Thank you.
You gotta move on that. You move on that. Now you say try it.
Okay. So, as I said in my brief intro of the video, I'm no mechanic, so I don't know what was really happening there. But clearly, you see somebody under the car attempting to do some mechanical work there. Was that a repair work? I don't know. But picture speaks louder than words. And again, the reason why I'm playing this is a lot of questions surrounding this so-called machinery that's coming in the country. One, nobody can tell me or have not seen anything concerning the yellow machine. One, where it's been budgeted for? Where is the money to pay for the yellow machine is coming from? No one can say that. Secondly, what is the plan? All we see is the agency or the committee to monitor, deploy, and maintain the machinery. We don't know the budget for the very committee, or we don't know the budget concerning the maintenance or the operational budget for this. If anyone is out there, you know this, please share that information. Because as far as I'm concerned, the country doesn't know that. And this is where this video comes into play. This video is telling you either it is authentic that this guy is repairing the truck because the truck cannot move, or he's doing some minor, a fix on it. I'm sorry. And so we got to talk about it because everything right now that's in the country is about this machinery. And it is a shame that we have all of these questions surrounding the machinery, and to see one of the machines, I'm saying, they said 5 machines. If you read the comment he put there, he said 5 machineries could not move out of the port. And that for me is a concern. That's what I thought we should talk about it, because the Liberian people deserve transparency, they deserve accountability, and they deserve the truth. As far as I'm concerned, all these 3 elements are missing as far as the yellow machine, all the machines are concerned. So that's my take there. Veteran Smith, you got anything to share to this?
For me, anything we do these days, we have to put AI. We have to put AI in our understanding, because AI is very powerful, can take the place of human. It can take a place for so many things.
Hold on. Are you suggesting that Google is AI doctor?
For me to get judgment on it, I have to take it. I haven't gotten control or how I'm going to balance my view as a journalist with AI as part of important weapons that can be used. So I have to be careful. I have to make sure there's a possibility of AI can help us, can show that, and knowing who we're dealing with. Yeke Koluba. If it was something that ARCHIE right, and other, I might have a different view about it, but knowing about being a critic of the government, and so I will include that. But notwithstanding, there are so many equipments that were brought. There is a possibility if 1 or 2 have a problem, or maybe the gasoline to use or other things they are still adapting to use, it shouldn't put a bad light on all of the all of the equipment that will be beneficial to all the counties. So that just one sector of the many vehicles that came into the country. So for me, I won't overshadow it with all of it. I would just want to know the importance of that particular equipment and see how many that were brought in. And if it's just 1 or 2, and now not majority, if it's majority, then I'll have a concern. But if it's just 1 or 2, then I would just make that why that 1 or 2, then put an overshadow on all of the goodness of the yellow machine. So that would be my approach.
All right, thank you. But clearly, man, you can see there, if it was AI doctor, as you may have been suggesting, I mean, you would have known. But I respect your concern, and so we'll take it as is. All right, so let's go to you, Madam Claudia. Any comment?
Yes, I have 2 comments. Firstly, I'm very happy to know that we have more machinery here, because the road infrastructure, especially on this corridor, the corridor highway project, will now be able to.
Is it just me?
Okay, hold on. Let me read it.
No, go ahead, Claudia.
Right, Oh, okay. So what I was saying was, we've been having our road infrastructure, road building of the corridor highway project, and I noticed that there's been a halt to it, and I've noticed that a lot of the machinery is parked here in Boys Town, because probably of maintenance issues and so forth. So with the arrival of this new machinery, these yellow machines, I know that now the road infrastructure and stuff will start to go back into progress and stuff. So I'm happy about that. The second comment I have is, we all know that when people are shipping vehicles to another country, Sometimes they add extra vehicles that are not working because they have the belief that when it comes here, we have mechanics here that can make it work, put it back together. We have spare parts, stuff like that. And we get it for a little bit, less price than what we would normally get it, for if it's functioning properly. So by seeing 5 machines out of all those machines not functioning right now, it's not a worry. It shouldn't be a worry because I know that we have really sophisticated mechanics here. Some are coming from as far as Mali, because the Mandingo tribe are the ones really dominating that area in terms of maintenance and so forth. So I don't take it to be like it's a failure. Thirdly, I also want to say that the entire Liberia is so happy. People are all standing on the roads waiting for their yellow T-shirt. Some are saying it's a campaign effort early. Some are saying that it's a signature of good in the government, and some are saying that they're just waiting to see machines come in their communities. Some are saying that they're even expecting a machine to be placed in various locations to remind everyone that, hey, we're here and we're about to start work. So it's a kudos, but let's hope that we do have mechanics here that can fix those machines that are not functioning.
All right, but Claudia, all right, is it okay? Before I move on, Claudia, let me ask you. So you in Monrovia there, you get around the legislature sometimes. Can you tell us if there's any information out there about the operation of these machinery? And if it is so, can you also tell us if there's any literature or any news out there concerning the agency that has set up to monitor and deploy? There's any budget set up for it? Do you know where the government has even gotten the money from to pay for this machinery?
Actually, I don't, because we all know that donors do donate old things and that they're not using in their country anymore, especially like hospital things and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that whole deal came about, but I do know that the president has right to allocate sponsorship and allocate necessities that will be needed to be able to, complete projects. Because like I said, the coastal corridor project is pretty much solid. It's just a matter of being, let's just, I really don't know where the whole truck deal came from, but I do know that the management and maintenance of the trucks have been on ground. A lot of the drivers that are managing these trucks, consumption of alcohol, sometimes they're a bit rough with the machines, so we have a lot of broken down machines parking all over the place. You can pass some areas, see machines just broken down, just hanging on the street somewhere. So I'm sure the president has been seeing this, and everyone's so happy with the way, like I said, the road project is going on. And some are like, but what happened to just stop like that? And we didn't know that because of tools, So now that we see these machines come, we know now it's because of the lack of machinery. But I really don't know how the deal came about.
Okay. Mr. Nubo, before you come in, sir, I listened to Madam Claudia, and I don't disagree with her. Everybody deserves to be happy. I mean, this is what everybody been dreaming about. But does that negate the responsibility that is placed on the president and his administration, the transparency, the accountability that they owe to the Liberian people as far as the yellow machine is concerned? Mr. Nubo. Mr. Nubo, you're muted.
Please repeat your question.
No, I said I listened to Madam Claudia and I don't disagree with her. But
Okay.
just what she is saying, that everybody is happy, and because of the bad road condition, and we have the yellow machine, and everybody queuing up on the road, want to get the yellow T-shirts. Does all of this negate the fact that the administration has a fiduciary duty to the Liberian people to be, first and foremost, accountable, transparent, and to be fair with the people, that the people has the right to know about everything that concerns this machinery, because we don't know the budget. We don't know where the money came from. We don't know how they're going to put this thing into operational mode. And if they're putting it, is it going to stay there? Do we have the capacity to keep 285 machinery running across Liberia 24/7? Do we have that capability, Mr. Nuba?
We have the capability, but to go back, I agree with Veteran Smith. Those vehicles or those equipment were driven to the port of origin. They were not towed there. They were driven there. And I don't trust Yeka Koruba. And I'm surprised you started this whole discussion with some doctor or stuff from Yeka Koruba.
No, sir, you're just coming.
You trust that guy?
Once again, you are late on the show, so you're accusing us of doing something that you met on.
What you said?
I said you came late. This is not the
I
first.
I was here when Fred played it, or when Alex played it.
But we did play the video for the Liberian National Bar Association. There's the second video we're playing. But go ahead, sir.
But we are on the second video concerning the yellow machines, and that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
It's not to say that you played it before I came on. I was on when you play the Bar Association video, and you play the Yaka Koruba video. And I feel that we can take maybe 300 yellow machines. I mean, my concern is, did we train people, nationwide? People, because these would be sent to various counties or districts. Do we have the manpower? My understanding is that they have no spare parts for the machines. So, 285. Maybe I want something 385. Used for roads, used for agricultural purposes. So that's my take. Okay. I was looking for a picture. I don't know when I met with the house. It was not the senator, the house. When I met with Buakano wearing yellow. I thought before playing the video, Alex was going to be wearing yellow too.
No, Alex not part of your yellow.
Okay.
Alex not part of your yellow too. Anthony Jensen. Let me do a quick roll back, and then you can pick it up from there. You know, and everyone probably on the platform knows that we saw this same thing. This is more like a playback for me. Under the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government, they had a big rollout in Lofa County about the mechanized breast farming in Liberia. We're trying to get off importing rice. We brought in the yellow machinery. It was a fanfare. Everybody went there and we saw it. And we hear Mr. Nuba telling us that we have spare parts in the country. Spare parts don't call it in my word. What call it is your operational budget. How do you put the machine to use, and how do you maintain those machineries? So, Mr. Anthony Jensen, the floor is yours.
You are muted.
These gentlemen, thank you so much for all of the comments. And this is a very important issue for discussion. And I take serious interest in the discussion. And I hope I will speak to represent what Liberians' expectations are about when it comes to road construction. You see, Liberia is not honest since 1847 up to this time. And Liberians themselves, I'm not sure they feel for themselves. And let me start on a little thing. To hear that people are lining up for T-shirt amidst bad roads is frustrating, it's discouraging for any Liberian who is yearning for development. You're a teacher for what? How much money has been spent on yellow T-shirts? Do you know the cost for these yellow machines? What is the procurement process that took place in procuring the yellow machines? If I'm discussing yellow machine, I'm not curious about seeing cars line up. You and myself live in America. If I decide to buy a car, I either buy a brand new car that will carry me for more than 10, 15 years or the longest time. If I decide to buy a second-hand car, I'm making decisions that I will either suffer along the way. If I decide to just go on Copart and buy some of those scrap cars and come and develop it into a new car, I'm also taking the risk along with me. The issue of yellow machines, and to even hear that one of those cars broke down while they arrived, and people think, oh, that's just
Hey, my brother. Thank you.
It's a serious, serious problem with Liberians thinking strictly for what they want. If you have bad roads and you don't have roads in the country, it's the government of Liberia procuring brand new vehicles so that they can have the road problem solved once and for all. Or is the Liberian government want to just, blindfold Liberians again? Like they are about to build roads and bring yellow machines. People are clapping, and sooner or later, those machines, because if one of those machines, if it is true that Yaga Kolba spotted, the name Yaga Kolba is not what I'm looking at here. But if even one of those machines have problem in living from the free port, that means there's a serious problem with the procurement process. Serious problem. What was the procurement process like? How many of us have read the procurement agreement? Now, what I'm just searching here is that in 2024 there was a procurement process for this equipment, and the procurement in 2024 was abandoned, and the new procurement process came into being. Now, what is the detail of that? I don't know. The total cost for these yellow machines, from what I'm reading online, is that it costs $79 million United States dollars. $79 million United States dollars. And out of that, the yellow machine they brought, the total price, the negotiation that went through, I'm reading that about $43 million cost for these cars. They have brought about 139 in the country. The balance are yet to come. However, I'm also reading online that $22 million is for these vehicles. Now, these three figures suggest to me that somebody is negotiating so heavily to eat free money out of these transactions. Where are we going as a country and people? What do we want? When Baka took over, he said, well, in the first, how many days, nobody going to get
100 days, no car was still going to roll.
So now they are procuring all vehicles and bringing in the country. If one vehicle, if that is true, now, I want to be clear here. I wish that Joseph Boakai would solve the problem for road in Liberia once and for all. Even not for all, but at least that would take Liberia a long way. I won't want to go to Liberia. Let me be with America here. When I'm driving, I drive from state to state. I wish when I go to Liberia, I can just get in the morning and drive and go to Nima County, be able to go to Maryland County, be able to go to Bapalo or Ketmount and come back. Because if you solve the problem for roads, we leave from here. Many of us want to spend our vacation to Liberia. But if this equipment again, probably we know Liberia has bad roads. So if you brought all machines and put it on the road, what's going to happen? You're going to have serious fundamental problem. You know, I told some friends before that Liberia's problem is us.
Okay.
Every time I hear people clapping,
let have you conclude.
All right. Every time I hear people clapping when they see these things, people take advantage of the poverty rate of Liberians, and they take advantage of Liberians who probably don't. I mean, certainly, I don't want to be offensive here, but Liberians are not thinking to say, what is the government doing? It's possible. The government, even it's possible that those who did the procurement process, they could be just right. But and I like Jacob Colbert's position on that. Lawmakers themselves shouldn't be wearing t-shirts. They should be finding out all of the details to make sure that the project, if they even budgeted money for this yellow machines, they should be able to verify and say these are what we signed up for. Okay. But if you budgeted 79 million, it came out to some 43 million, and now we're talking about some 22 million, something is going on somewhere. I would be more curious to even listen to and call those people who bought the machine, hear from them, understand the details of these things, and be able to say, well, okay, we certify with this equipment. Other than that, you can't wait when the vehicles are deployed to the different countries, when they start breaking down, you want to raise issues. That would be unfair to Liberians.
Thank you, Honorable Jensen. Thank you. I thought that was brilliant.
I want to clarify something here.
Okay, do your clarification, please.
70.
I got Anthony Johnson. I got one more picture. Mr. Nubo, you're coming, sir.
$79 million.
Mr. Nubo.
Yes.
You're coming. I don't want to say something quick.
Okay.
Anthony Johnson, I got one more picture to share to actually prove that these machines are really in question. Go ahead, Mr. Nubo.
79 million, 79 to 80 million was the amount when, named Mamaka was making the arrangement. Mamaka and Grisby. And there was a backlash.
Right.
And because of that, Joe Boakai put Jeremiah Kuhn, the VP, in charge of it. And from 79 million, it came down to 22 million. And that's the 22 million we are dealing with. And when it comes to budgeting, my understanding is that the amount, the 22 million, will be spread over 3 years, starting from 2025. That's what I'm reading. But the amount for these machines came from 79 or 80 million dollars to $22 million. That's the clarification I want to make.
Well, Mr. Numo, I don't think you have made no clarification. Sorry, no disrespect to that. We are all reading from what we see online here, right? And what I'm seeing here came from 79 million to 43 million, from 43 million to 22 million. That's what I'm reading here. All right. So all that we're saying here, or my position here, is the government of Liberia, when you even introducing yellow machine, what is wrong with even having president tell that we spent this X amount of money and we brought this vehicle in? Transparency. What is the procurement process there? The procurement process, you know about procurement. You know what you are doing when you're doing auditing at the GSC.
This is what surprises me right now. I'm talking about Mr. Nubo.
This procurement process. How was it done?
An official
procurement process was done. Just a second. Yeah. Since Joseph Burger put a halt on the earlier procurement process of the 79 million, which other procurement process did they start? Were Liberian informed? Can you and myself sit here and say the procurement process went through stages for the approval of these vehicles? We have no knowledge of those things. So if there was no procurement process, then the question arises: what has happened with all the reduction of prices here? Are you going to China? How you call the place? What do you call the group?
Anthony Jensen. Look at this picture, please. Why you commenting? See the picture on the screen?
If this is true, all of this will raise issues. See the kind of tires on this.
Look at the tire. Look at the tire.
Let us assume for me. I'm not saying maybe that somebody car they put in here. Maybe there's not one of those.
No, that's it. That's one of the cars.
ARCHIE vehicle.
What Nimba?
No, I mean, let's face it. If this is one of those new cars they brought into the country, then there's a serious problem that we ought to be asking questions, because we want the road to be fixed. But if you don't have brand new vehicle, Mr. Numa, you know when you hire when you get second-hand cars. I hope that's not the situation here. Because sooner or later, the yellow machine, you're going to have 10 breaking down, 20 breaking down. Then where will we be again? They're going to take government free money again and go to think about fixing those cars. Why stop government from buying new cars? Is it because somebody has interest? I think this is a serious issue, and lawmakers, I think this is why I support Jacob Colbert in some of these circumstances.
You see that some of the breaking down machinery, so one of them right here. They won't can't move. You see them trying to repair.
If that is true, then that is in a serious mess with these vehicles. Somebody now gets their bank account are swelling up by the Liberia support again.
So we're not making it up. Look,
why in that? Show that video again, enlarge it.
Mr. Numbo, even the tire on our vehicle, those tires can now carry.
Look at the crowd gathering here. They can't move because this thing is immovable. It's stuck. That's what they're gathering around.
I mean, we want the road fixed, honestly, but if they are procuring old machines,
I see one way: do not enter.
Mr. Numbo, you want to find excuses, Mr. Numbo. There's no excuse for this one, right?
You're making fun out of it,
No, this is serious.
Why in a video that shows that
can you guys put on that old vehicle the tire? Let me tell me how long. What your tires are
I mean, actually, I'm very surprised of you,
Hey, Alex, put out the truck. Put out the truck.
Fell by Yeka Koluba. I'm very surprised.
Let's leave Yeka Koluba out of this team's number. I mean, Yeka
Koluba video there.
I'm sure you go.
I think you should be saying that's not one of those cars. You should be telling us that the car that is being displayed is not one of those cars. Then you raise a very good argument. But it is because Yeka Koluba, is posting one of those vehicles. We should be talking about the vehicle. That means not Yeka Koluba.
No, we should be talking about Yeka Koluba. The type of person he is.
No. We're talking about the vehicle.
What Veteran Smith said at the beginning, at the get-go. That's AI right here.
Mr. Numo, you had to stop that. I don't think so.
Mr. Numo, that is not an AI that the people are using.
I know AI. That was AI.
Even the bosses are abroad. You saw students pushing it. Can you say that AI? No. These are video. And I want for you to know about the particular blogger page that you're seeing, Yeke Koluba. It's not the representative on page over there. It's one of those bloggers named themselves Yeke Koluba, and then using that particular page.
Okay.
Yeke Koluba original page is Honorable Yeke Koluba. That's his official page. But that page that you are seeing is one of the bloggers in Liberia, and he always posts information. And people follow him because all information almost factual. And what you see, it was the first day when the yellow machine arrived here on the free port, one of the breakdown. There's a photo there. He had the claim in the morning hour. Let me just put it up. In the morning hour, it was still on the quota. Let me just down the way keep passing by again. Still see it quick. Let me just put the picture on, and then he show you that video. People laying down on it, and you hear the people talking, and you are saying AR, even AR video, the person voice can change.
Right.
That's why I
You
want
listen to that person,
more.
particular person talking, and say, see, you people laying down on it, and you saying AR.
But you know, do you know the person who's speaking? Do you know the person's voice?
It's the person that recorded the video, Mr. Nomo. I don't have to know the person, but that's him voice.
It's a number by name. We should be talking about.
Okay.
You
Alex,
know,
Alex, video,
the
please.
quality of government's decisions.
Actually, Jensen, you want to conclude?
Well, I think let Mr. Numo speak, because I think he needs to put out good defense so that someone can support his ideas. Other than that, I wouldn't agree with him, because
okay,
we're talking about the vehicles. Now whoever posts. If I were in Liberia, I would probably, or maybe I need to send somebody to go find a vehicle and take pictures.
Right.
All right. I probably may do that. I may send some of those boys and just say, look, please go and take these videos for me. But if you start doing those things again, government going to feel that you're going after them. That's not the case here. And I want my voice to be clear here. I'm not
send somebody tomorrow. We got
but let's discuss what we have right now. Even you have right now, let's discuss it.
Let Claudia go and take the machines, the five machines that broke down. Let Claudia go there, take the pictures.
So you see here, you see the keke passing by the particular machine that is parked on the road. You see here. When you say there's an AR, I think the parents were passing when you just saw the machine take the pictures.
No, we.
That thing is not.
Alex.
Clear.
All right. No, Alex, we cannot convince me.
No, it's not a matter. It's not a matter.
What needs
Alex, you're moving your voice.
Is for Archie to instruct Claudia tomorrow to go and those 5 machines that broke down. Take their photos, interview people at the port, or if they got tow truck to tow them, let Claudia follow them and take their machine or take their pictures.
And I think Claudia should really
that would be fair enough.
That's true. And I will also add to that, Mr. Nomo.
Speculating here.
It's not speculation here. Someone is providing.
Now they say that Yeka Kolba look alike. That is not fair. That's
the most you can say, because you need to provide the evidence. The contrary to what is being displayed, that's why you should have done it.
That's what I'm saying.
But in as much,
let Claudia do that tomorrow.
Okay, okay.
Actually, all you need to do is to give the instruction.
Yes.
And
we'll do that.
Do that tomorrow, and then move on to another topic.
She'll do that for tomorrow.
Claudia should go and take the mileage of any of those vehicles. The mileage. Let she go and ask any of those people say and want to know the mileage of one of those vehicles. Let us start a vehicle. She take the picture of the mileage, and then we can.
Claudia, okay, let's do the right now live on the show. Claudia, can you find out where the machines are, and then we talk later, and let me know if you can be able to reach them. If you can reach them, let me know, and then we'll be able to get some either videos or picture for tomorrow's show. Thank you.
If they cannot move, they will still be at the port.
They wouldn't want to allow her now.
That's the thing.
Wow.
They could. In fact, I think I should do a formal communication to Public Works or whatever that is responsible. Another aspect of this thing, if I may just come in quickly.
Samuka responsible.
Let me just emphasize that shortly before you probably close up this matter. Why Brandon Samuka? Why Brandon Samuka?
No, Anthony.
Brandon Samuka has been in question with the AFL people.
Yeah, but
all of those technical issues.
You come after
then
him.
you leave all those things and come back, bring Brandon Samuka again to come and say, "Wow, mining vehicles from defense ministry with all of the circumstances in the past." I think there's so much thing that President Boubacar needs to re-examine. There's more young people who can even, I mean, to send cars to the different counties is as easy as anything else. To manage your money, that's as easy as anything else. It's very serious. There are young people who can do it. Even you, Joseph Numo. Baka would have called you, say, Mr. Numo, you're campaigning for me all around. Come and manage vehicles. Liberians would think otherwise. But what is wrong with Liberians? Is that only the old age people can work in the country? Isn't there a young person in the country that could man those vehicles? What is wrong with the public works ministry? What is wrong with them? The institution, the statutory institution that's supposed to man these vehicles. Is there a special interest that Baka has in Samuka to appoint him to take care of cars? You know, Ellen Johnson Sally appointed her son. He decided to build mini football stadium. Just a second, and I was called to speak somewhere, and I raised a very serious issue. You can't leave the Ministry of Youth and Sport, and you say because you're president's son, then you start talking about building small football stadium around the country. You don't do that. There's a statutory institution. That's the same thing Joseph Parker is doing here. Public Works Ministry is here. They have the stat. I don't blame these people. We don't have a very good civil society organization in Liberia now to be challenging some of these decisions.
I'm telling you, my brother. I'm telling you.
It makes no sense to have the statutory institution being there. Even the national legislators are singing and want to wear t-shirts. They all are killing Liberians.
The bar association we're talking about.
Let have Mr. Veteran Smith come in. With the Veteran Smith, you don't come and go. Got to move on.
Yeah. I think, and I respect my brother on the different issue raised, but I think bringing it at this time to connect it with the yellow machine, maybe we had a time before to talk about it, but we in a different trend of time now. Now the president has the prerogative to appoint whoever we wants to appoint, and Popular Works has his own job to do. But to have someone, his integrity, to make sure that this yellow machine be managed something different from Public Works, I think he has a vision on why he's doing it, whether we agree or disagree. Because we the same people will question we start questioning the yellow machine already, not in condition and all of that. That would be the function of Samuka. We got to go to Public Works where they sort of focus on road and other things to worry them. So maybe there's a reason. And
that's why you must say here for
yeah. So if you disagree,
let me just interject, my brother.
My brother, my town.
I know
you disagree. Let him finish, Anthony. We'll bring
no, I just want you to continue. Let me just make a comment so you can continue. You can also make a comment on what I want to say. I just want to make a comment quickly. The road construction and building roads in Liberia, that's a statutory obligation of the Public Works Ministry. Nobody seems to Baka doesn't have a responsibility to appoint people. But Baka should live by the laws of the country. If there's a statute, he's under obligation to respect the statute. If the statute says Public Works is responsible to build roads, you buy equipment, you give it to Public Works. That's a total violation of the statute. If he has the Public Works Ministry is supposed to build roads, and you say, okay, you know what, Brandon Samukai, I will give you this project because I love a kind of thing. No. You can go ahead.
I heard what you said.
Yellow machines are not only for building roads. They are for agriculture too. Agriculture purposes.
All right. Granted. But give it to the agriculture ministry.
It was done
okay, we gotta get a veteran to talk now.
About 300 yellow machines, and they spread them between agriculture and Public Works.
We gotta get a veteran to
agriculture ministry, the Public Works ministry.
On top of that, the agriculture ministry has its own yellow machine that might be different from the number of yellow machine that we are talking about. But one of these days, we'll get someone from the agriculture ministry to talk about. One time I heard the minister of agriculture saying they own a yellow machine different from this other yellow machine by the vice president. So they have, but it will not be the same number, a
Who said
large amount of
Utah?
the minister. Yeah, Utah, yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
so
know.
they have their own yellow machine, but it won't be the same quantity
Can you imagine
as
that?
the yeah. So they have their own project with their role. So they have people who supporting them in agriculture. So two different things. So, but I just wanted to say, with the I don't see anything wrong. I mean, as a veteran, I'm looking at this matter. You might be against Samoka for what happened, and if you're against Samoka, you will be against a lot of people who have done wrong in Liberia and they have not been punished. And so for the president to call Samoka to do this, I don't think other people have used Samaka in different ways. So I don't think you suffer your punishment. You suffer. He not senator again. He have dealt with his punishment in so many ways. So to ask him to do a job, just focus on that. If you say A will go to Grand Jita County, A will go to Grand Jita County. B to take that responsibility and manage it. Uh, my only concern as a journalist would be let me interview Samaka and see how he going to do it. And the same way with the new minister of youth and sport. How is he going to do Academy of Youth? So it's up to us to question these individuals when responsibility are given to them, how they going to do it. And I think that's where sometimes we are lacking. We just let them go free ride, but it's not the appointment or the assignment. It's how that appointment assignment will be utilized for the benefit of our people. That's what journalists need to do, be on top of things and don't let people slide by. And that's why I don't see too much being done. So like the first assignment for Claudia tomorrow is to go and see whether the yellow machine we are talking about, if it's part of the consignment that came in, or it's just one of those other yellow machines are hanging around and people see it and they put it as part of it, or it's an
Oh man,
AI
I beg
version.
you, man. I
So
beg you.
so we have some clarification. We have some clarification
Veteran, I beg
tomorrow
you.
next show because people don't want
Veteran, I
this.
beg
I
you.
come in people don't want for glorification or achievement if their yellow machine perform well. You get people who want to start defeating it before it may start the ground. So we have
There
to
you
take
go.
all of that into consideration.
You're
So
going to start. You're
until
going to
she
start
can
putting more
verify
anti on
tomorrow,
her on that too.
until
Okay.
she can verify tomorrow that Yaka twins or Yaka Calabar is saying is true, then we will believe it. But anything can happen in Liberia. Just need
Okay.
verification. That's all.
All
Yep.
right. Thank you. Yeah, let me say my own, and then maybe we got 12 minutes to go on this topic, so we can still go around the table again. Because I want us to get on the last topic, 6:30 here. That will be okay. Alex said the thing is ready, but Alex, hold on, yeah. Let me say my own, man. Veteran Smith. I gotta say my own. You know what I mean? Everything you'll say here, the attorney and myself have made a very comprehensive argument here. And what you're saying is that you're sidestepping the main issues on the topic. You guys have not proven that the government have been transparent with the money that is spent. The attorney even went as far as to talk about the procurement process. We don't know whether this thing will ever sent to the PPCC. And there's any documentation as far as the PPCC process is concerned. We don't know that. We're seeing information on the web saying that the government went and borrowed from UBA. We don't know how much that, if that is true, if the government went to borrow from UBA, we don't know how much the government borrowed from there. But for me, as a business professional, it would be criminal on my part to be on any platform to see these kind of capital projects happening. And I don't question the nitty gritty of it, which is the operational and maintenance part of it. Like I told Paul, I was like, ID was sustainment. Sustainment. All right, at the Marine Corps level. All the communications so that I can tell you, I deal with processing them every day in my everyday life. Yeah, in America. Yes, I do that. Sustainment process, life cycle process. Okay, financial transparency, audit readiness. All of these. So when I see them and people, we ask the question and you keep sidestepping them. What is the literature out there? What can your proof? They say, yes, this is how much the government spent. This is how much the government has procured. I mean, the government has set aside for this agency, Brandon Samoka and his people, to run, to deploy and maintain this equipment as for the life period, or for the life cycle. Let's use the business term, for the life cycle. Has anybody said about that? But we all want to blame Yeke Koluba. Y'all want to say another AI video? Okay, let's not forget about all that wanted. As a nation, do we know how much the government spent? Do we know that if those machines are employed tomorrow, can they stay up and running in the next 2 weeks? You're talking about 285 machines. You got to buy lubricants. You got to buy fuel. You got to pay people to run them. Mechanics. This is not anti-Liberia, Veteran Smith. We all want the best for the country. But we got to ask all the relevant questions. So now I end on that one. Anybody want to come in?
Let me just make clarification on a veteran statement. Nobody is against Brandon Samokai. I'm not against anybody in Liberia. If I'm against anybody, what does that have to do? I mean, what happens if I'm against anybody as a person who's sitting way far away from the land? Well, what I'm saying to you in my position is Liberia has 5-something million citizens. Some of them have gone to school, some of them are professionals. The Constitution of Liberia says there must be equal opportunity for all Liberians. Not just Brandon Samoka. Personally, for me, I don't think any one individual should occupy a position for years. So the other people go to school, they get out of school, they must go do some whatever market thing. Because why? There are some old folks who have taken over government. When one person go, one person can put them back. One person go, one person can put them back. One person go, one person can come back. Those ideas it shouldn't happen in this age. If someone has worked for government for 10 years, there's no new idea that person is going to bring the government. No new idea. The same old idea that person coming up with. So I don't want you to believe that we hate anybody. For me, when you come, the Jensen you are for, when you come on any platform, expect a clear view. If Brandon Samoka performance will be well, I would say this were my thoughts, but you proved me wrong. I don't hate Brandon. I don't even know Brandon Samoka. When my days in government, I've not interacted with him. But here's the point. You and myself, the roles in the country, we hope that whatever happens, the roads in Liberia will be better. So the day I go to Liberia, at least I can get in the morning, go buy some banana from Nima, and come and face my plantain, what I call it, GB, whatever, and enjoy myself. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else before we in the last 6 minutes that we have?
Yes. You mentioned my name, so let me respond.
Yeah, because
when you said the person have money stolen and other things about that person, and in our jurisprudence, when you suffer and when you pay your debt, you mean that you can't work in the government or you can't. So that's why I brought that up. If you had not put that, or I wouldn't have responded that way.
Veteran Smith, you in America, right?
He have done his part. I understand that. He have done his part and pay his due, his debt. Now he can find job. Other people, they forgive him. We are government forgive him. Breaker government forgive him. And so it happened in America too. Some of the people who have done wrong, they stay surviving. They have new job. And that's the only clarification I was trying to make. That he have paid his due so he can contribute. And the president vision of having him, well, all he have done, he have suffered a consequence. He would be someone, he would not take this job lightly in making sure that the machine is taking what it was intended for. I know he would try to do his best because I've interviewed him before. He just made a mistake on her, Ellen, you know, and the person, she can be held responsible by authorizing him to give the people pension money.
Let me
So
see what
sometimes we stop.
the COO will support you on that.
I know they suffer for consequences sometimes, but sometimes you can come up from that suffering and become a better person. So I have that hope in Samaka. He will make sure those machines are kept properly where it was intended for. People will get mad with him and go to breaker, but he will do his job. He'll do his due diligence. I have that high expectation despite what happened to him in the past. It was just an unfortunate situation with Ellen and him. And it's the same thing going to Tuer and Weir. Whether Weir will come out and say, I told Tuer, I don't know whether the court will accept it, but that's something that we look at. But somebody get an audio or yeah, cut it off. So I can still hear my brothers. At least you gotta learn how to cut things off, man. Yeah. So this will continue, but she will do her due diligence tomorrow and find all the A, whether what you're stated today is true or not. There will be a way of verification tomorrow night, and we'll move on from the topic and move on. But there's always speculation. There's always something to show. And people who think they can have mastered AI, they haven't mastered AI. I was listening to BBC yesterday. They get so many ways AI works. So we haven't gotten trained in how AI works. We just got the tip of the earth. We need people to train us to understand how AI works in a different way. You just know one way, Alex. So when we're talking on this subject matter, don't feel you're an expert or AI. I just want to give you small education. The people who are technical people in AI, they know it yet, they still learning. Then you in Liberia, you think you master AI, you master AI. So I just want to give you that lecture. We all need to learn more about AI, and we also need to learn how people can show different picture and to criticize the government. If the government is wrong, I will criticize it. But some people who do not want yellow machine to work, and they're coming up with different things. Yellow machine here now. They say it was not coming. Now it's here. Let yellow machine do its job. That's what I would like to focus on.
Okay. Thank you, veteran.
All right, we got 2 minutes to go.
Okay.
Mr.
Okay, let me use the 2 minutes. Let me use 1 minute. 1 minute. Brandon Samokai did exactly know what Amos, how to call him, Samuel Tuer is claiming. Took instruction from the president. And because he refused to join CDC, he won the race, the senatorial race. And they came after him. They took the position from him. And for months, Lofart did not have 2 senators that it is entitled to. I'm not saying, Brandon Samokai, it's not corrupt. I know he's corrupt. I know what happened during the Ebola. I even wrote about it. But the reason CDC went after him, it's not genuine, it's political. So, for us to use that to say, the man, he's corrupt, he's this and that, it's not fair to him. If the Ebola money that he embezzled,
okay,
and like all the ministers under Ellen,
Thank
Those
you,
were
Mr.
all
Nubo.
planning, and I didn't say, that was time of crisis, and anything could happen. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Nubo. Claudia, did I hear you trying to come in a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
You want to
So
use 1 minute, please?
I just want to say, why do we scrutinize everything? If not for social media and people having cell phones and stuff, people would have more time to get things right. In terms of what I said earlier, there are a lot of machines broken down, parked all over the place. Some of them are even in good condition. Anyone can take a photo of an old machine and say, hey, this is one of the new ones. You will never know if it's AI because literally you would have to click on a photo, look at the details. It will tell you the day, the time, and every other information you need to know when that photo was taken or the video. So we're not able to really trace that because these videos are coming out live, streaming from another platform. But contrary to that, everyone has right to allocate. How sure are you, Honorable Samarkand didn't allocate to even set that, that business connection between the government and whoever was the one that donated the yellow machines? And that's probably why he even has that threshold to be able to monitor how the machine distribution and maintenance and all of that is done. But definitely we're going to check to see what is going on, the mileage and everything else that you said that you need for our show tomorrow. Because luckily we have sources now, we have people that are willing to give us that platform to sort information and the truth. So I am definitely, down with being able to go and find that information out. But we have to let the work be done. We have to stop scrutinizing. I cannot be awarded the position to be president today in 1 minute time because you have a cell phone. You say, oh, emotion can't talk well. In 1 minute time, I can't say much, maybe 3 words. But in a week's time, I can say a whole sentence and so on and so forth. So I just think that we have to be less on scrutinizing and just be very quiet. Stop talking and watch because actions speak louder than words. That's all I wanted to say.
Amen.
Alrighty. Thank you very much. And you will be on the assignment tomorrow and we'll get that done and hopefully we can put this to rest. Alex, are you there? So federal penalties, the next topic we're moving in is very dear to every one of us here. I don't care who you are. This is dear to you. And it is particularly important because we have a very dynamic female on the platform. The issue has to do with female genital mutilation. This is a topic that have been very up in front in the public domain for quite some time now. And Daily Observer is running a very powerful article on it. When I read the article, a few things that are going to caught my attention. It seems to me, and when you read the article, if you give me time, I'll read the article, you'll see what I'm talking about, that there's so much outside influence, into this traditional practice of ours that have been with us for centuries. And they are working so hard to abolish this. So let's expand this so that we all can see it correctly. Calls for FGM abolition intensified. As Born Perfect, Stay Perfect campaign goes nationwide. Okay. So that is the article headlines. And then you go there. All right. It's okay, Alex. It's okay. You can keep it right there. Yeah. So if you go down the article, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to give you some few pointers in it. There are Western nations. And stay right there. You give the second paragraph, you see the bus caravan campaign supported by the United Nations, the ARCHIE Embassy, and the Global Advocate Partners That right there caught my attention. These are the people, fellow panelists, that are pushing this to abolish our tradition. It is not ourselves. And if you go further down the article, it will tell you that a promise that our president made in New York about this abolition of this traditional practice. So you can see what I'm coming from here is I can understand the advocacy for our women. I'm not a woman. I'm not in a woman body, so I don't know what that means. What I am contending about here is the interference, the blatant interference of external actors who are not only doing it for our benefits, but are doing it for their own benefits. To prove to us that they are more superior and they are more caring, they are more humane than us. But here's what we don't do. We don't come and tell and say, abolish your Second Amendment rights in America. We say you have the right to carry on. Article ARK. I think if I hope I'm getting the correct right. ARK automatic rifle that are being used to gun down children in schools here. How many African government, African entities you ever come here to the diaspora and say, you know what, we against it. We don't have this in our society. You need to stop this. How many of you still doing that? We don't do that. But even if we dare do it, the consequences of it will be very powerful. But why do we allow this to happen to us? This is my point. Why should we allow this to happen to us? And so that I will stop there. And before I go run and tell, well, let me start with the female on the panel. Like I said, I'm not a female. I'm not in a female body. I don't know what it means. So let's give it to the female. Madam Claudia, if you can, if you have any idea about this campaign that is going nationwide, Born Perfect, Stay Perfect, whatever that means, I don't know. Can be anything. But please talk to us as a female. But you don't have to address the article anyway. I know that, like I said, the topic being the domain for years. Speak to us about what you know as a female and take a position, please, if you can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And what I'm about to say is uncensored. So if anyone listening to us right now is under 18, please get your parents' permission to listen. FGM is pretty much a very important topic because it has a lot of negative impact in our society. I know that for a fact you have to be in it to know it. It's not something that we know much about. It's a tradition to have a girl child know what's right and wrong in their home, in their upbringing, upkeeping, keeping a husband, taking care of their family. But it runs deeper than that during the ceremony of that child being graduated, per se. Now, there are rumors that when these ceremonies happen, the clitoris of the girl child is mutilated and prepared in a cannibal way for eating. So that's where we have the boundary we need to cut off right there. Right there. It's not good. I mean, who mutilates someone? Who causes pain and injury and even death? And sometimes some women are unable to give natural birth. And one of the main effects that is affecting communities now, you find out that a lot of the girls, street girls, at-risk girls, prostitutes, and so forth, 90%, when I say 90%, all those that I've interviewed have been through that process. Or we look at what FGM does to a home, all right? Because it's like breaking a finger and that finger never straightens up anymore. You're disabled. You feel disabled. You feel like you're not part of being whole anymore. So imagine you're missing something on your body. So you now are disabled. You now become the outside person. And to add to that, physical abuse, you're marked all over your back with slashing, these slashing marks, like someone, writing the days down on the wall, slash, slash, slash. So you're literally visually impaired. You know what I mean? Everyone can know what you've been through. I remember Maya Zango. She's one of the female journalists in Liberia I admire because she taught me most of what I know today. She and I were opportune to go in Bomi County, Bomi Hill, to the traditional house to investigate if, at that time, about 11 years ago, if FGM had come down a bit. And to my surprise, they let me be in there for like 2 days. I was like, okay, this is going to work out well. Maybe because I'm with May. But then they called me in the room and was like, take off your clothes. I was like, huh? Take off your clothes. And it reminded me when I was in the States, I was seeking asylum based on the fact that I had never been a part of that culture and I didn't want to be mutilated. And I had to prove to them that I had my parts. I had to prove to them that I had never been part of that society to win my asylum case. So I'm here like, take off my clothes. Why? We need to see something. And I took it off. Told me wait outside, and next thing I know, car coming for me to like emotion. I'm like, huh, man? She's like, you gotta go. You gotta leave. You're not part of them. And I was never able to remain on ground and know the result. During the Ebola time, there was this little girl, Blessing, 11 years old. She heard drums being beaten in her community. Boom, 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 boom. She went there, hid in the bushes, tried to see where the noise was coming from. And she was captured. For 1 week, I ran from every ministry I thought possible to advocate for the release of this child because I had been following her as an Ebola orphan because her mom died during the Ebola. So I needed her to be out of that situation so I can continue with my news at the Daily Observer newspaper because I freelance with that paper. And it didn't go well. Everybody was like, oh, emotion, we can't talk that other one. It's a tradition. Joe wait, they will let her go eventually. 2 weeks passed. I started broadcasting. I started bringing on awareness, getting NGOs involved, anything that could happen. But at the end of the day, she completed her ceremony. She came out, and up till today, and this was in 2013, 14, she doesn't smile. You see her as a victim of complete abuse. And she's even in the streets right now, taking drugs, popping pills, doing every other thing you can think about. She's an at-risk youth right now, presently. So FGM is something that I don't think is necessary. The culture is definitely necessary. You come in some community, you will see a woman with 20 children. She doesn't have a job, but she's surviving. The children are eating. They're planting their cassava. They're drawing water from the well. They're doing everything you can think about that needs to be done at home because that's what their mom trained them to do. And she went through that tradition. She went through that society, you know, connection where she was able to learn from a girl child from 4 years old to 8 years old on what to be and what to do as a woman in the culture of whatever tribe or whatever she was. So the culture is necessary, but the mutilation that comes with the ceremony is should be banned. It's bad. It's really bad. Because you see a lot of women today, they menstruate. They're using up 3 packs of pads a day for menstruating because of that mutilation. They're not doing it professionally. Razor blade, just a simple razor blade. No anesthesia, just a razor blade. So I have been someone who has been a part of that FGM whole topic, but I don't wear it on my back to say that I'll be investigating it, I'll be part of the campaigns. because you can campaign whole day. But come in my community, I'll show you a bush there right now. The government
Okay.
doesn't even know about. So it doesn't matter. Campaigns don't matter.
Okay.
Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you very much. But before I go to the other panelists, one quick question. You can answer it briefly. Do you are you in favor of improved practice or a total abolition?
Total abolition.
Claudia.
I want just like you said, just the management of that part. That's all. But the culture should exist. I mean, it's been a part of Africa since Africa been Africa. Why would you want to stop people from learning how to talapa? Because some people are now wearing jeans. You know what I mean? People who have gone through that culture, you can know them. They stand out. They're very good in their homes. You know, they're very obedient to the law. They know a lot more than what I was taught in school. It's a different teaching, different learning. But they just have to stop the other part. I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. Thank you. I think we got a very good picture coming from you as a female. And I didn't know you know so much about this. It's something to tell me that there's so much that you know that we need to be plucking from out of you, you know. But again, your presence is absolutely value. Mr. Nubo, you heard Madam Claudia.
I applaud what she has explained graphically too.
Mm-hmm.
And most of us from the Southeast, Maryland, Riverview, I believe Grand GEDEH, Riverside, and what have you. I don't think we engage in that. This happened in, say, Lofa, Bonn, Nimba, Bombing, Cape Mount, etc. And I have nothing against the cultural aspect of it because the time they spend in the bush, they teach them know how to do this, how to do that, no. But the FGM must be abolished. And I mean, uh, Archie, you will be looking for good topics, man. Look for things like homosexuality. Why wouldn't one die in Africa? Man marry man, woman marry man, or woman marry woman. Those are the things you need to be looking at. Not FGM. Please stop. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I before I let you go, I think I'm hearing, I'm hearing, conflicting, concerns in it. You want to abolish the FGM, but it is not a topic of concern to you. Anyway, we'll come back to you. Anthony Jensen, you heard Claudia, you heard Madam Claudia, and I don't know whether you can even pluck something out of what Mr. Nubo said because he lay all over the place. But anyway.
Okay.
Well, for purposes of the discussion, I strongly believe that there is an institution responsible to look at the statute and look at concerns of the people and then make a decision. I am aware that FGM is a controversial issue and different segment of our society, there are people who don't practice, some do. And so I would think honestly that the legislature has the sole responsibility to decide which way the country should go. Liberians themselves, I know there are segments of the society that favor the practice, and there are also segments that do not. So I pity with um, Claudia, her experience shared, and so it is with many other women who have had some better experiences. In the same vein, there are some women who believe there's this, there's a concern that this whole practice came about when people were trying to control, the sexual immorality. People, you know, deciding to have maybe married, and then in the final end, they're all over the place. And I think these were some of the unwritten explanation we got. So how do this practice control people? Now, I wouldn't be in a position to say that, because that determines that should the facts should help to determine whether or not that's the best way to go. On the other hand, um, the international community is concerned, and Liberia is part of the Community of Nations. And so, if I'm not sure they're forcing the country though, because that's why you have a government. If the government feels otherwise, they should tell the outsider, look, we can't stop this because it has enormous benefit, and this is what we think helps our society. There are some senior officials in government who are also part of the practice, and all of those things require, you know, probably committee hearing from the legislature, and they will know exactly how to tailor this whole discussion. Liberia is in the midst of a whole lot of situations, and how to deal with those things. Just people should be concerned and take these public discussions into matters, so that they can face the reality of what it is. Can Liberia be safe? Liberian women be safe if FGM practice is stopped? Can Liberian women live a better life? Can they stop any kind of promiscuous activity, so to speak? Or what is it that people can do to better the livelihood of people? Like Mr. Numo said, there are a lot of other concerns in the Liberian society. The issue of homosexuality, which the laws of Liberia frowns on. That's one issue that I know the laws of Liberia. The laws of Liberia doesn't condone sodomy. So if those things are happening before the eyes of the very government, I'm wondering what is the government doing, or what is the international partners doing? And so, how do we balance these things? You need a strong legislature and people who fear nothing, even on losing a job. They will be able to speak for what they believe, that they can do to better the country or better the lives of the people. So yeah, the topic has been around for a very long time, and we can't conclude on that today. It's a matter of building consensus, and the only group that's supposed to do that is the legislature.
Okay.
So I believe that the legislature has a lot of time. If the international partners reaching out to them, say that we want this, you either do this and get this. You don't do this, you don't get this. If they feel that the practice is something that they cannot abolish because they'll be hurting their people, I mean, it's all up to them. I think they need to build a consensus to take for the decision.
All right. Thank you, Anthony Jensen. Veteran Smith, let's get your view on this. So I want to say this. We do have the option. We got 6 minutes, and Alex will be leaving on time in 6 minutes. But we can stay on and continue, but will not be live on the radio. That's all. So that's one of our options. Because Veteran Smith has a very intriguing story that was published in the Front Page Africa from his home county, River says, and it's concerning every one of us. Village completely razed down, people made homeless. I don't know the detail of the story, but I think we can go into it and talk about it as much as we can, if Elliot leaves. Well, Veteran Smith, closer on this topic.
Yes. I think Claudia did a fantastic job, not only as an eyewitness to what is wrong or what is right to some people, but she a eyewitness, and also she she friendly or she knew someone that is a winning journalist on the subject matter, Mayor Zanko, that maybe attracted the international community to this concern for her writing on the subject matter. Why am I saying this? I'm using Claudia and I'm using Mayor Zango, that they understand what is wrong with this. And on the other hand, we have also our culture to protect. So you have the health of women on one side, and you have the culture for us to protect that have been in existence for quite a century. So how do we balance both sides? I think some have come up with maintaining our culture, but the part that have an impact on women to modify it. How do we modify it? Which is the difficult part. How do you modify a practice that have been with people for quite a while and balance it where it protect young girls, protect women? How do you balance both? And one of the things that that struck me, why people do it in the first place, is they do it for the pleasure and satisfaction of men, but to women there's no satisfaction, and this have an impact on this woman for the rest of her life. But for men, it gives satisfaction. She don't really feel what you are doing, but so that's the down that's the impact that it has on women. You know, you the man would be enjoying it, but you the woman would not enjoy it from that type of. So looking at it, I think the government of Eileen and others have tried to work a fine line on this, how to balance it. But then the culture people are saying, no, no, you can't take our culture. But we have to understand you're not taking the culture away. You just need to modify that health risk that has impact to women and young girls. So you keep your culture, but either modify it, and this way you need to set a committee of women. Will be part of that committee. How do we modify this so we can destroy our culture and we do not destroy women? How do we balance it? How do we so both can come up where our culture meeting and the health of young girls and women. So when they're ready to find a husband like me, I'm looking for a wife. They don't have to go through such a thing, you know, where they shy or because the impact, they don't want to really have a husband. So you can see the impact of this on women, getting a good husband like myself, you know. So this is a serious matter for society. This is a serious matter for
Okay.
society and the culture side. But people putting politics with it say, oh, we lose our culture if we just take away this part or modify this part. You're not taking away the
Okay.
culture.
Be
The
direct
culture
now.
will be
People
there.
like Archie. People like
Thank,
Archie.
thank
Yes.
you, Veteran Smith.
Mhm.
Thank you, Veteran Smith. In the
People like
last 1
Archie
minute,
play politics with it.
I'm not. In the last 1 minute that we have, I want us
Okay.
to close on the topic with a female voice. So, Madam Claudia, if you can say something on closing this topic before Alex leaves, I will appreciate
Okay, like I said, I just hope that they stop that practice because it's really causing women to be and when I say practice, I mean the FGM, the female genital mutilation. You know, it
it.
causes women to be literally divided. No pun intended when I say literally divided in terms of knowing who's been in that and who's not been in that. You know, so they have to look at what's causing the problem right now in Liberia. People, there's a lot of problem out here in relationships, There's more domestic violence because, like Veteran Smith said, the woman loses the feeling, the pleasure. She doesn't even know what it feels like. So it's like trying to look for it. So she'll move from Tom, John to Chris, causing so much chaos in homes, you know. So the fact of the matter, like like our the lawyer said, he doesn't have the facts to say that women who've been through FGM are this way and that way, but the facts are the facts, you know. And the people who are doing it, they know the facts as well because they inside too. You know, they're doing the same thing too in the communities. You know, so when they're doing it with anger and I got to get rid of this thing from on you because they know how they're misusing theirs. You know, so it's like they're trying to correct mistakes that were made in the past through taking away the feeling, the human feeling that if you check online or you ask a doctor, I mean, there's so much more connected to us than just pleasure there in that part of our body. So that's all I want to say.
And thank you so much for giving us that very introspective view from you, because you took us inside, and we could even feel the pain. None of us here can feel the pain and understand what happens to the female body more than you do. So thank you so much, Alex. Before you leave us, can you just put up the front page story that the Veteran Smith sent in the chat room there? Once you put it up, and our viewer can see the headline, you can put it down and you leave, and then we can begin the discussion. Please, Alex. So, Veteran Smith, what you want to talk about is do you want to give us an intro on this? You're muted.
It caught my attention when I look at it this morning. It said vigilante mob level Riverside village. Authorities slow to respond, living in terror. It caught my attention that the security we get in the city, Monrovia, is not the same security our people receive in the rural area, the undeveloped counties like Riverside, where people can invade our country and go to Riverside, where they can do anything to the people because security not there. I can remember in the past, I told you about somebody impersonating as a town chief or magistrate or something. He went there and gave order to my village to beat the people. And when we found out we took him to court, he never got that title, but he used that title because over there, no security, no, anybody can say I'm this and take advantage over the people. But for someone to go in that part of Riverside and tell the people, move on your land. If you move, something going to happen to you. Putting threats in the lives of the people. And anything can happen. Anything can happen where these individuals will threaten the people and the people will leave because they don't have any security. And so what caught my attention, we think is a failure according to the ARCHIE, it's a failure on the part of the state. Different succeeding governments come into place and that the situation has not been arrested. When people lack access to justice, when people lack access to remedy through the formal justice system, they revert to violence. They think that the best way to solve the problem is to take the law into their hands, which is wrong. Uriah Poor, Executive Director, Independent National Commission on Human Rights. Then on top of it, it said they came with tension. When they came, some people were cooking. and some were bathing their children, and they say if you don't move from here, they will kill some of you, according to Victoria Smith, resident of Bethel. So you can imagine you were your children and you're sitting there, you're bathing there, and someone just come and say, you'll have to move tomorrow. If you don't move, the people been living there is the village, and you stranger just come and threaten them if you don't move. And some of them get afraid because no security around there. So how my question is, how do we put security to the vulnerable in our society, whether it's a village in Nima County, a village in Grand Gedeh, a village in Riverside? How these people get protection because anybody can invade a village, create harm, and by the time the government find out, it's too late. How do we provide security for them? That's the
Okay.
question I want to put to the panelists.
Thank you so much, Veteran Smith. I came across a story, story too this morning, and I really wanted to forward it to you simply because you are a resident of Riverside, and I was thinking, I hope this is now close to this man, a village or town, because it was very graphic, the story. And it has to do with witchcraft. The mob went there because they accused the people there of killing the guy who they said was witchcraft. And they went there and tried to revenge on the guy's behalf. But thankfully enough, the story, you read a story in detail, will say that the police has arrested 6 of the suspects, and they are still going after all the suspects. So that is a good news. But before I'd say more, I want to tell you our story, not story, but the show. I was speaking to one prosecutor, Honorable Johnson. One of your people, the guy said, "Oh man, I want to come on the platform. I'm a prosecutor. I just need to clear it over with the minister because I want to kind of provide more, more education because you guys are the platform is becoming nationwide." So I said, thank you so much. So he will be with us next week. Hopefully, he gets the clearing from the minister. He's one of the prosecutors in the country. Name is Day, Councilor Day. So we'll have him on. So yeah, I don't want to share that good news with you before we, Alex leave us. But Alex, if you want to go now, that's fine. But let's go to Honorable Jensen. You heard the question from Veteran Smith. What do we do to protect those in the rural area in the light of this, very vicious and graphic attack on the village there in Riverside?
Well, thank you so much again. And for the prosecutor who want to come and provide clarity,
education,
we hope that the platform, like I said from the onset, bring like-minded people to explain governance process to Liberians.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with that. Relative to security issues in Riverside, I'm concerned for the entire country, Liberia. How is the security situation in the country? I think I watched a video a few days ago about some Fula communities or mosques trying to form securities to protect sleepers while others are entering the mosque to pray. If that is true, then all of those things raise concern. Why should the Liberian government sit and allow all of those things to take place? I'm glad to hear that 6 persons were arrested. But why should there be a destruction of property for this situation come about? Well, this is happening all around the world. We just hope that the government herself or the police director is taking into consideration protection of the rural communities. When I saw about Afula something in conjunction with this matter, a lot of things comes to mind. The U.S. government is helping to fight Boko Haram in Nigeria, so we know what these terrorists do. the moment that they're trying to drive them out of a particular place, they find a place to go and settle there. And we don't hope that Liberia will experience any situation again. So when these things are happening, it is just best for the government to take the most proactive steps so that they can get our people safe. It's good to have life, it's good to live in peace and even eat dry rice than having conflict all around the place. That these people now probably homes getting destroyed. Where do they go next? They start begging other people to live with them. Now, when it comes to witchcraft activities, the people should be educated enough. If somebody is in witchcraft, go to the government, or go to the internal, how you call it, the
Internal affairs.
internal affairs ministry, which I think is the internal affairs. You have branches in all of the counties. So those who feel other people are in witch, let it carry those matters to the traditional people so they can intervene. And the Liberia National Police itself, if they don't believe in these traditional ways of resolving issue, which I believe in, everybody has um, opportunity to say what they want to say. You can accuse somebody, or you can say this person is a witch, this person is not a witch. How do you go about it? You should be able to sit down and say, "Oh, man, I'm not a witchcraft." People always say witchcraft, no different witchcraft, right? So you go and bring down people home because you know witchcraft. I think this is wrong and need to be condemned.
Okay.
But should not tolerate these kinds of behavior. And this is not the first time it has happened in other countries. I saw, I think was it in Nima? There was a young girl that was tied, and her baby was like side her, and then this lady was tied. They said she was in wish or something like that. When you see all of those things, sometimes you get frustrated. But that society, that's a big society. Liberia, as small as it is, it's a big society. But I think the Liberia National Police need to step up to some of those things. That maybe you don't wait for the kind of crisis. You should provide how you call it, opportunities, provide outreach so that people can get education. When you find a witchcraft and you believe somebody is in witch, do not hit that person. Do not harm that person. Call the Liberia National Police. Will come on the scene.
Anthony Jensen, before I go to Mr. Nubo, the question Mr. Nubo, Veteran Smith wants answer to is, how do we protect them? I mean, you're getting to that now, providing education, but just providing education, would that be enough to protect the rural communities?
Well, that's what I said from the onset. The Liberia National Police should be all over the place. They should be in every county, every districts, major towns. They should always be around there. And they must also tell Liberians there's a problem. This is the hotline of the Liberian National Police. Give us a call. We will come. But if I don't know the police force the number now, but I think I'm told that the police, they are in a smaller number. They cannot cover the entire country. If that is true, then instead of all of the million we're hearing, the first thing the Liberian government has is to protect its citizens, property, lives, and property. So they should get involved in doing more than what they're doing right now so that people can be safe. If they were around here, or if there were information that they could call the Liberian National Police on a hotline, they would have called, and the police can move in swiftly to stop what has happened. We don't know the extent of the damage, because what I'm seeing here, if that was the only thing, of course, then we'll say the damage was minimal, not necessary, but minimal. And if nobody died, that also is a good news. And people can really put measures into place to protect Liberians.
Yeah.
Police force recruit more Liberians. There are a lot of young people who don't get jobs. So if you have a small number of police that can cover the entire country, you expand the police force so that Liberians can be protected. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nubo.
Yes.
I hear you, sir.
Maybe when take the video down.
The video. Oh, you mean the picture? Okay.
The picture. Take the picture down. I see what Veteran Smith is talking about. because some of these witchcraft accusations, they are not real. I have been victim of it. Long story that I cannot explain here. Where two of my aunts were murdered. So, we have to be careful with these, the tradition that co-host Archie Wright is bent on promoting. We have to see, which tradition we must hold on to and which tradition we must promote. And I mean, the first time when I came, I came here at the end of '86. I went to Maryland County 2004. I went to my village 2000, let's say 2008, because I didn't want to go there. The two aunts that were killed, one of them was my minor twin sister. And she was the one I left my child with, Ezekiel Numbo, who is alleged 9. And they were killed. And the district came, the chiefdom got involved in it, and they exhumed the bodies. And they said because they were murdered, they're supposed to be buried to where people who are murdered are buried. So when I went to Monrovia 2004, 2005 for Ellen campaign and what have you, I told the people I'm not going to go to that village anymore. So our tradition, we have to be careful of how to practice it. I mean, things have gone out of hand. And that is my comment on it.
Okay. Alex, are you still with us?
He didn't answer the question. How do we protect people in the rural area, Mr.
Is there no way you want to try on that?
How do we protect people in the rural area?
Yeah.
Well, it is a different situation because the people in the rural area need to know how to protect themselves. And then we come to the government. We have the same thing we're saying about the FGM. We have lawmakers. Every district has a lawmaker or group of districts. They have a lawmaker. So our lawmakers need to come up with ways to protect our people. To protect our people. If the people that went and gang up on this village here, were they security or were they some hooligans? Our lawmakers need to make law to address the issues. Yeah, that's my take, though.
And Mr. Russell, I brought up. Let me close on it.
Sure.
That's why the local government act is very much important, and And it's a fight now between the lawmaker and the executive in terms of the implementation of the Local Government Act, because the county will have their own authority to protect themselves. They'll have their own police detachment. They'll have make rules and things that benefit the counties. But as soon they start implementing the Local Government Act, where the electing superintendent and all the other positions, where government now it look like talking to the lawmaker, saying that because they do not have money, they didn't know when they will reach to that part of the Local Government Act. So that could be solution in where the county, the rural area will be protected, because decentralization will take place and they will see what benefit their respective counties. But with all that document being implemented, the executive government won't focus too much on them. I feel the solution to that problem is the decentralization in the Local Government Act. And then they can decide where to focus on. They will have their own budget and they will have their own needs that might be different from the Maserado County, where all the power lies right now. And just on that same subject, the lawmaker also fighting, they want to summon the justice minister, separation of power, where there's problem going on between the justice minister and this full senator, DeLong, Finlay, either the justice minister accusing the senator and he's saying that separation of power. How long will we do that when something going on, we say separation of power? So that same thing going on with the decentralization bill, the Local Government Act. They're asking the president, you have signed it. Now you put it into bill. Now why we're not implementing this new ministry where will be new minister? Why we're not doing it? So that's another battle.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. That was a very, very touching story. And I can't agree with you more. I think uh, every one of us, all the panelists, please, let's continue to talk about this Local Government Act, because it is paramount, it is very important to the survivability of that country. If we want, like the last point Mr. Smith made, if we want to decentralize the economic benefits of the country out of Monrovia, it is through the Local Government Act. Because the local council will be able to regulate the activity of the county, be able to work with the local authority there and raise their own 60% of the budget that it's supposed to have, and make sure that the county is independent, quasi-independent, I've got to say that, of Morovia. It is true that legislation that is going, that act is not legislation anymore, it's an act that's going to happen. So I want to really encourage every one of us, when we come here, we'll at least put aside 30 minutes every day to talk about the Local Government Act. We'll find.
I think before you go further, the issue of security should not be dependent on restructuring the local government or implementing the act. There is, if you did, you cannot allow counties to create its own securities. These are those would be some fundamental errors if that's why this restructuring is calling for. The Liberal National Police should be all over the country. You can't assign security matters to counties. That would be some kind of situation that you might not be able to handle. Like the flat people thing say, I don't know the fights about all of it, I don't know the details. Flat people say, oh, we have right to have our own security. Then the monomer will say, I have right to my own security. So it's our forming all security forces. You're going to have chaos in Liberia, which wouldn't be good. Just my comment.
And you hit a good point. I just forgot to bring it up. They have created the national security into zone. So like in the area with the eastern region, there should be a rapid enforced unit that can go in any county in that zone to solve the problem. So like Riverside, Grand GEDEH, all that, they should have a national security zone that one day will bring somebody that one time they were explaining the different zone. Keep in mind they have their own zone there. So when such an issue come up, the rapid response unit can just rush there and resolve that problem. So they just need to educate our people where the location of these different zones. That when they find something like that, they settle in maybe 3 or 4 counties. They have one national security zone there that will reinforce the local police and immigration and other people to come for assistance if they can't handle it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, fellow panelists.
I hope they will not kill people like in Cape Mount now, B Mountain.
We can't see you.
I said, okay, you will see me pretty soon. But I said that rapid response will not be like B Mountain or where police went there and kill people.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true. So I think Alex is with us until 1 o'clock, until 8 o'clock here to us. I see he's chilling. He's not ready to go. So let's beat on it.
There's a weekend. There's a weekend for Eddie.
You guys, I think I'm going to leave you guys.
Hey man.
And I think I will also recommend that the show be reduced. 3 hours sitting in one place. Some of us who are not well is a serious matter.
Okay.
No, it was 2 hours, but because the Secretary General made us to feel because the network in Broadway not good, he said 9 o'clock he was going to be and he didn't show us. So that's why I apologize to you, but usually it's 2 hours.
And secondly, there's a book on Amazon. It's called 6 Hours Workday. Earn more with AI. So there's more information with artificial intelligence that you can learn from that book. Pick it up. It's not expensive. You have the electronic version that is.
Can you drop that? Can you drop that title in the chat room?
I try to do that, but again, I can't make comment in your comment section. So
not the show. The I beg to differ on WhatsApp.
In the chat room here.
Okay. I will send a copy of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And let the veterans. It's a 2-hour show. So if we come on tomorrow at 4 o'clock, we'll leave at 6. No more than that.
Tomorrow, I can't promise. I have some weekend engagement. I don't know how soon I will get out of it. If I get out of it soon, I will definitely let you know.
Okay, absolutely.
If I can, I will also let you know.
Yeah. Okay. But thank you so much. I think the show was great from my end. We touched a lot of topics here. I think 4 or 5 different topics we touched on with great details.
Ellis, let me say, Ellis, before the counselor leave,
we gotta close.
There was a story about
veterans, please.
I just want to hear the dues of the law school. I know we have something in our chat room, but we have never used it. It she the dues of the Louis Arthur Grant School of Law and some kind of legal maneuvering on that case. I don't know whether he heard about it.
Man, you were late. We beat the topic yesterday on the show.
I was not on it.
I saw that, and what I can say is that the university or the law school has it has a dean, and dean has a responsibility if this kind of accusation come, to fall.
Attorney Jensen, can we talk about this tomorrow? I think it's almost 7:30.
Okay, so I mean that's just
tomorrow.
Yeah, that's just my take. I mean, generally what I'm gonna say is it's no big deal. It's no big deal.
We're gonna spend the next 2 hours here again. No problem. It's gonna leave in the next 30 minutes, and we're gonna be here. That's fine.
Yeah,
I don't want to play that. But go ahead.
The University of Liberia needs more attention. So when these kinds of information get to the public, it is obligated on the institution as a whole the law school, the dean, and all of the faculty members to investigate and come up with clear, convincing explanation to the Liberian people. Most so the national legislature has a responsibility if those kinds of information are going out. So we can say for certain if the information is true that the lady who served as the dupes for the class was in the person to be. So the best way we can do, or the best thing we can do, is to wait on whatever investigation, or maybe we can add our voices to those who call in for an investigation to find out the truth of the matter. But I can sit here and say, whether the girl was in the dues or different person. I've read, part of the concern, but I think there's a need for an investigation in the matter. The fact that it has come out, I guess the dean might have taken concern of that, or the university itself will address the matter, which would be very good for the institution itself.
But Honorable Jensen, what is confusing is that the president of the university came out and said, I stand by the decision of the department or of the college that this lady is the dude. And then the board came up and said, there is no dude until they do their final investigation and let the graduation go on without dues. So that is the problem.
Well, I think being a duke is not compelled to granting degrees. If the lady who was given the title did not merit it, and she's a graduate, I don't think there's any problem with the graduation going on.
Mm-hmm.
But the issue here is the fact that, and I think I agree with the faculty, with the faculty, right? The faculty has greater say over the president. The president can speak, but the president should have, liaised with all of the different leadership, and before coming out publicly to address the matter. But if she did, and then the faculty that has the greater decision-making body, they can also come out and say, look, as far as we're concerned, there will be no dukes announced, graduation will go on, and then thereafter. So this year there can be a graduation without a dukes, but that will be something that will be fundamental. Even what I said, if that would be the case, because it means some fraudulent activity has taken place. Why, if after graduation and then there's an investigation and somebody is found to have done something wrong or may have done the ugliest thing, of getting this title, assuming, that would be a serious matter. What do they do? Would they revoke the degree granted to the individual or what? So it's good for the university to really, really look at every aspect of the university. For me personally, my whole take is the university shouldn't be what it is. That university has been the same way since we were over there. So I think I want to discuss the university and use it as a topic, and really call some of these administrators to come and say what is happening at university. University, but from the outside, there are a lot of things there is very, very dilapidated. So we don't think that's how it should be. I'm told the university the back buildings, the buildings that are in the back, I'm told they are very deplorable. So I don't know what we can use common paint to paint the university. I'm not talking about even the university. I'm teaching at the high school here. If you enter those classes, all of those classes get a whiteboard, right? So, and when you go in the auditorium alone, when I enter the auditorium, I look back to Liberia, I'm wondering why it's happening at the University of Liberia. Now you can't talk this thing too much. People feel like you are going against people. You want to be constructive. People either come after you. Who has interest in anybody not having position? I don't care whether somebody appoint who, whatever. But when things are done wrongly, you speak up, not because this party issue is also affecting the country.
Mm-hmm.
People who can speak truth to one government will not be the one to speak
power.
truth to another government. What's the country going? So when you can look at black and say anything, you say black was white, Joe Yatan, you say black is black. Then Brockton, you come back to say, well, black is this. You're not moving, you're not helping the country. You're not helping the country. So all of these things, your discussions should be, okay, how you call some of these people, and you people that are on the platform too. The way you discuss it matters. People take it more serious. Like, you can't put a partisan hat when you are a journalist.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't have the society.
We can't
So
do
we
it.
hope that some of these discussion topics you guys are selecting, they will call the relevant people to come and provide some answers. When you're calling the relevant people, you'll call independent people. Let it balance the discussion so that you can know exactly what it
Yeah,
is. Then you guys
that's
are
true.
serving as the host,
Panelists.
not primarily but the host per se. All right, you the one conducting the program, right? I don't know what else does. One person you have here. George Numa a host or what?
Jordan Moran host.
The panelist. So
Panelists.
it's only Mr. Wright, right? Who's the host? I think Mr. Numo. I see what Alex and
Fred, the producer,
Alex, the
technical man.
okay.
I think
Let me leave it that way.
Alex
Let me
the
leave it that
host
way.
and Mr.
I just
White the
encourage you.
co-host.
I just want to encourage everybody. But this is a fun show, and I appreciate everybody. I think you guys are doing. Or Alex is doing well. I mean, the pieces of information putting it up. These are all some better way of giving giving the viewer an opportunity to see images or images. Yes, which is good. But again, thanks for calling me. I almost decided to cancel my visit because I can't. I'm not eating yams no more. You have to pay a lot of.
I want a proud speech from you, though. If you did not,
my live recommendation. Please control Mr. Numo, please, on this show.
We'll provide.
No, I
The
mean,
next time you come, the next time you're hungry, we'll send food to you.
I know, right? I was sending through
I did try several times to control me. You can't do that. So,
welcome.
Thank you.
Even Veteran Smith try. He can't do it. Maybe we'll leave it with Alex to try to control me.
Now, before you leave, I wanted to find out. The lady had a press conference. I know we have the recording. They had a press conference. The lady in question, the Deuce.
Oh, okay,
she had a press conference. She had a press conference to get her side, or I don't know, but that's interesting. I don't know whether I want to hear some of it, but
obviously she will do that. Even if there's any of us here, your name is in the public view as have condone an attitude that is not right. So she has a right to clear the air, and that wouldn't stop the faculty or the university from investigating, though.
Well, Johnson, my problem is the messenger, Martin Colley.
Okay.
When we are appointed Zaulo Nelson, who majored in theology, Martin Colley, as a student leader, was the first to congratulate him. And then Martin Colley posted something about, I think the guy is Padmo, but a VP at United Methodist University. The same theology degree, PhD. And Colley said it was not academic degree. He was on Class Reloaded before the election. And I challenged him. And I told him, why he wrote about Nelson that was published in a perspective. And what he was now saying. And I reminded him.
Again, Mr. Nova, you see, in the kind of discussion, I wouldn't want to discuss Martin Colley's article in the face of the university. I think most of you have said it all. The faculty has a responsibility to do an investigation. the faculty is not going to rely on who wrote what article. Sometimes, if the article is so detailed and has basic information, convincing information, the investigation could reference it or could look at it. But I don't think any faculty investigation will be based on that. There are records, there are grades at the university. So if before you begin to do, you must have had maybe 4 point, yeah.
Jensen, that is a different story. Now, to graduate from the law school, they do not have record. You have to prove. You have to present your grade sheets.
Mr. Number, I wouldn't want to say. I wouldn't want to accept that from you. No, Mr. Number.
I am telling you because one of my relatives graduated today
from the law school.
From the law school,
and doesn't have grades.
No,
Mr. Number, that's not true.
No. They're asking the student to bring their grades.
Mr. Number, that
they
can
don't have record.
Mr. Number, that
I'm telling you,
this is the platform. This is a platform.
I said no. I can't call names here, but I'll call you and tell you what's going on.
Yeah, but what I want to say publicly, Mr. Number,
because the person, the relative I'm talking about, the relative.
But I said it's so good. I'm calling the person name, right? But this is what I was saying.
I'm not.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying in my closing comment. In academic activities, students do a whole lot of things. Students specifically. Some students, when they fail, they lie. Some students, when they fail, they create situation because it's like a shameful attitude. Some students, when they cannot be permitted to graduate, they go about saying a whole lot of stuff. So you and myself, if we're very serious for academic activities, we should be very careful in how we listen to this kind of information. Let me tell you something. My daughter, she was going to Kenya. In fact, she went to Kenya. She needed the YS certificate. All right? And the YS certificate, we couldn't get it. And because we couldn't get it, I wanted to demand. The first thing I thought about, I felt that my daughter was not saying the truth to me. That my daughter now, but I started saying, look, what you saying, I don't believe that the WIAC will not give certificate out. She sent me her ID or the number, I got the chip number, whatever they have. She sent me it. And then I went on the website, checked, and she wasn't the only person. Up to today's date, the WIAC, I don't know how to call it, I don't know why they still call it or whatever they call it now. The certificate was an issue when I called I don't know the registrar or somebody from the institution. You know what they told me? They want the people, the authorities, the school authority in Kenya to go online and verify whatever. I said no, the people have given us specific requirement for anyone attending the school. We went back and forth with all this, but I said, but these are not correct. Your child, these students, they pay their WIAC fees, they pay for everything. There should be no reason why you can't issue a certificate. When we did WIAC, it never took us any time we got our WIAC certificate. So what is wrong now? I'm saying all those things, bringing in my little daughter issue, is that people are doing a whole lot. Students, when they fail, they do a whole lot. So you and myself will do the investigation to stay on the right side and debate the issue. Now, the way you're saying it now, the university will not exist and we allow students to graduate without grades. If that is true, that's a fundamental issue that you and myself should even be challenging and beyond the platform.
I say, Jensen, I will send you, I will call you.
Well,
it's late now.
Mr. Nemo.
Tomorrow, give you information, give you phone numbers.
But if it's true, Mr. Nemo, what he's saying, we shouldn't discuss it because it's something will tarnish the image of the university to a point.
But why if that is the true story?
get it through, Mr. Nobody can discuss it. That would be my mind. There's nothing wrong with discussing it, but we should have the facts.
Nothing wrong with discussing it.
Yeah, but we should have the facts and discuss it because right now it's just like speculation.
Okay.
No, yeah. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I'm gonna go take my medication.
Before you go, before
you go, that another 30 minutes.
No. I just told you real quick. Do you guys know rather? Former Representative Solomon George passed away today.
Oh, just give me that.
Let me send the video. I was sending the video in the chat myself. I just saw it. I'm shocked. It happened today. Let me send the video in the chat room so Ellis can put it up so we can watch it.
Was he having health issue?
Yeah, had a heart attack.
But no, but that now heart attack, not a health issue. I mean, stress.
I think
there's not a thing that leads to heart attack.
I heard something today. When I came home, my wife was playing something.
Alex, can you play that video, please?
Her phone, and I said, "What going on? Who did I bring up there?" And she said, "No, Solomon George."
Yeah.
I said, "Who's Solomon George?" She said, "Representative." And I didn't question her anymore. No, I didn't know that the man passed away.
Yeah, after that, Seditian was just playing games until
the show you want the picture you want to pull out. Have you done investigation to find whether that is true?
Oh, they want that in his district at his house.
Oh,
all the district dwellers gather around his house and they're crying and doing all things. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's shocking, man. It's shocking. Yeah.
Actually, sedition almighty.
But you know why? And sometimes when people passes beyond, we look at the good, the bad, the ugly.
Alex, you're muted.
But
we are live from his resident here where district dwellers are gathered to sympathize the in tears this evening. They are in tears this evening here. I from the resident of the former lawmaker, Solomon Claudia George, who passed away a few minutes ago. So keep sharing, keep following. As you can see, this is how the lawmaker resident is right now. Again, we are just joining this live pleasant evening where district number 7 has been bereaved. We are live from the former lawmaker house representing Solomon Claudia George, who passed away a few minutes. Resident of the district has gathered at his resident here, deeply in tears. So let's talk to one of the finest son of this district. Rufus, the district is bereaved. What can you say about this blow that hit the district this evening?
For who was very important and hand to help in our beloved district. As you can see, the news shocked the entire district. People from different parts of the district are tributing to show their concern to the family of our fallen hero, the late Honorable Solomon Claudia George. So it's a big blow for our district. A very big blow. Honorable George was one of the men that was very friendly, open, down to earth, and he don't pick and choose when it comes to human beings. For example, even when you come to the political standpoint, Honorable George don't pick and choose. So we're always open to everyone in the district, whether you're from Party X or Party Y or Party B. When you come to him, he listens to you and he opens his door to you. If he can solve your problem, he solve your problem. If he not at that time, he talk to you very nicely. So you are down to help me. We'll miss him for that.
When was the last time you interacted with the late Honorable George?
Oh, just 2 days ago, I spoke with Honorable George. We all joked together. And he said, my man, we are here. Let's continue to do things together. And we laugh together. And I just took a stroke to go home. Just the evening to receive the shocking news that Honorable George had called him. It shocked us. It shocked us. We the 12 of this cinema.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, folks, we are still here. We are here talking to the district. So that is it. It is confirmed.
All right.
From a
So let pause the video, and then we'll get panelists' view. We got 9 minutes to go.
Members.
Okay.
Yeah, resident of the district are here. Partisans from
Okay.
Yeah. So I run it to it real quick in the 9 minutes ago. Let's deal with you first, Mr. Nubo. You, I believe, you and Anthony Jensen, y'all know Mr. George more than the veteran that I do. So let's start with the both of you. Mr. Nubo.
Well, we normally come out with euphemism when somebody is dead. But I believe this man was of the high sedition. Like some panelists on this board here. Who laughing?
You heard somebody laughing?
There's some panelists here. And I'm not rejoicing because he passed away. I'm saying it to make a point. He was a lawmaker. They needed to improve the health care sector of Liberia. We know some lawmakers were sent to India for treatment and they brought their coffins back. They brought them back in the coffins. So we, as Liberians, the Liberians, need to put pressure on these lawmakers here. Put pressure on Joe Boakai. Put pressure on the health ministry to improve our health care sector.
Okay.
I mean, we had Ebola. When America sent doctors, where they got the doctors from? From Cuba. So why we cannot go directly to Cuba? And we are dying. Our people are dying from preventable diseases. I rest my case.
Thank you. Honorable Jensen?
Well, may his soul rest in peace. Life, we all have one life. when it's taken away, it's gone for good. So when someone is falling, we sympathize with the bereaved family. So it is in the case of Representative George. I worked at a Capitol building for a long time before, you know, moving on to other institutions. There's a fundamental issues when it comes to legislature, and most time people forget some of these things. And it's like when you're in the midst of these leaders and you're working, you see these things. Every time there is a change of government, legislators get affected. It's not just death. A whole lot goes on when these kinds of situations happen. So besides the sympathy, it's also good that we caution those who always feel like money is everything in life. It's good that we all get to realize that, look, one of these days will be gone. Every one of us. And the moment we realize that, we'll face Liberia.
Yep.
For generation. At my age, I wish my children, the next probably 1,000 or whatever years that will come, they will meet a better country. Meaning, now, while you're living, contribute towards fixing Liberia. Be honest. If God blesses you and you are one of the few selected to serve, do it honorably and move on. So when death comes, you go and rest. This word, we need to know Christ for ourselves. I mean, if there's any Muslim listen to me, I don't hate your religion. In short, we need to know God. There's life in us. Solomon George, he gone. Whatever happened on the other side is between he and his God. So this word is just what it is. If we become selfless, when I say selfless, I mean, look at your fellow human being, say, this person is sleeping in West Point and is sleeping almost literally outside. And I have opportunity to change society, let me change West Point. You may not have the money to spend, but your voice as to changing West Point can help West Point condition to change. Claratown, almost every slum community, the contribution of those who are living now in the house, they don't know I'm speaking of Solomon George. No matter what I say, I can sit there and criticize Solomon George. I can say whatever. It doesn't have anything to do with his life. Just talking for yourself and talking for those who are listening. So we need to speak to those who are living, current legislators, senators, and representatives. Today is Solomon George. It could be me tomorrow. I was speaking. But I'm glad that you hear my voice. I want Liberia to be better so that when we all are gone, when we are real to ourselves, for me, the moment you're closing up with ages, don't think you're going to live forever. There's a certain age you reach in life, or you can tell yourself, what can my children be tomorrow when I'm gone? Sing that song so that when your life is gone out of you, you can rest and let generation pick it up.
Thank you.
Go through.
Thank you. Veteran Smith, you want to close up on this? Veteran Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to sleep. Sometimes we listen to others and then we come in. But, when people passes away, you look at the good, bad, and the ugly. Or we celebrate their homegoing. But the funnest part of a senator, a man, a woman, is when they can speak truth to power.
Right.
And I will remember him for standing true to power, where CDC did wrong, where Georgia did wrong. And if anybody can remember him, they will remember him for that, because most people would not speak true to power, would not say when something wrong with their family. They would not say something wrong. At least from the outside, hearing him his last few days that he was with us, shaking hands to the opposition party or to the unity party. You don't find too many people will switch from one side of the aisle to the other side and say what we did was wrong. And when you do that, you have a lot of enemies. So I know a lot of people who were proud of him when he was CDC, hated him when he was saying the truth, what was wrong for his party, and he wanted his party to be better. And they were saying, oh, that man not run to Breca. But nothing wrong with giving a friendship with the ruling party and work along. When you're a sedition, most of the time you'll always be a sedition. But nothing wrong for him to work with the president on things to benefit. Maybe these were some of the things when he was representative he wanted to do, but he couldn't do it with all the working. And then, so he brought some of those things out. Some of those things out that some people had, they won't share. He brought it out. So I hope during his last few months or year after the CDC lost the election, and he was sharing some of the dark side of the party. And I hope that didn't do injustice to him, because that's the strength of a true leader. When you can say what is wrong with your party, a lot of people not brave enough to say what is wrong. So I will salute him, although he's no longer among us, but I can say when he was alive, he spoke truth to power, something that was wrong, and he stood the criticism, and he said he was going to challenge President Weah, and all of that, he said it. And for him to do that, I must commend him, because a lot of people don't have the guts to do that. And so for him being the inside, know all the inside detail of the party, and to come outside and speak to it, I must commend him. I hope others can do the same. If anything you would take away from his legacy, I would take that away from him. And then lastly, I was looking where they said his house. I was thinking that his house would be within West Point. That would be the only thing that I would see, because I saw a different part of where they said his house. I thought the house would be located within West Point, which he represents the people of West Point. So that would be the only side that I saw different from where you live and where you rule. But I would love to see him a house in West Point and see the real people in West Point, the struggle of everyday people, to see a house right there. That's the only question I wanted to ask when they said that's his house, people around. Is that West Point, or where is that? That would be the only question.
I think West Point,
Thank you, Veteran Smith.
all those areas in one district.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I think if you go down, where you see the people gathering, if you go up that hill, you go down, I think either you make a right, you'll be going straight into West Point right there.
Yes.
It's not far from there. I've been around that area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think we can call it a night now. It's 8:04 and it's 1:04 a.m. there in Monrovia. The night is fast spent. Thanks to you all. Thanks to our Anthony Jensen. I mean, you are official panel on the show now. So
No.
Tough talking.
Listen, I'm too busy. Even my own show, I don't want it. I mean, there's a whole stuff I'm doing right now. Once in a while, I will pop in, but yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry for
we
that.
appreciate that.
I mean, you did well today. We're all eating you. I must commend you.
That's 4 hours, and that's not. That's
right.
Guys.
That's good.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
Mr. Duo pay for it.
No, not about. Mr. Duo can pay for it. I mean, right now I get gas in my system.
I know.
Not just me, all of you
So
guys.
you
You see, I call it Alex. Alex, I'm sure you're hungry, right?
Alex is
Oh,
hungry.
Eddie will say he hungry. Eddie
No,
will
he
say he
wasn't
hungry.
hungry, though.
Yeah.
Honest guy, let me advise.
But
Let
if
me
I'm hungry
advise.
at this hour, don't find food. So, I mean, I'm hungry until tomorrow morning.
Oh my god! Oh my god! See what Ellie's telling you? You know, these shows, you either break it down into parts because the listener themselves, you know, the good thing you say, they may not listen to it. Somebody have 4 hours. That's long hours to push. You know, the hours to work for money.
That's a
My
part-time
resolution
job.
for this year, let me tell you now. My resolution for this year is to manage time.
Mute yourself, Alex.
Yeah.
Yeah, so please,
All right, so
don't divide it. Don't divide the time. If you're having the show every day, then that's good. Then maybe go about 30 minutes, 1 hour. That'll be fine. My suggestion, that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Anthony Johnson, and thanks, Mr. Nubo. Thanks, Mr. Fred Veteran Smith. And thank you to our producer, Mr. Alex, the committee. Thank you so much. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. Good night to you all.
Good guy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Numo, you cooking pan butter?
Huh?